Thanks, Brittany. Good evening, everyone. This is the February 26, 2026 meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors. We're calling it to order right now as looks like we have a quorum. As a reminder, I want to ask all board members to speak with civility and respect to each other and to all of our members who have come out today. As always, each board member will have 2 bites at the apple per agenda topic. Before we get started, I'd like to make a few announcements. Firstly, voting begins this Friday, February 27th, that's tomorrow, for the annual Board of Directors election. You will find the link to vote on the RA website beginning at 5 p.m. on Friday. Member services will be open on Saturday, February 28th to help members process assessment payments. The RA seasonal job fair is on Saturday, February 28th at RA headquarters from 10 a.m. to noon. For those interested in land use issues, there is a virtual meeting regarding the Roland Clark Place SSPA on Monday, March 2nd at 7 p.m. The old tot lot replacement has begun. After a storm last summer destroyed the tot lot, installation has begun for its replacement. Additionally, last week, Pete, the acting CEO, and I visited Richmond to meet with a number of legislators. I got a lot of mileage on my shoes to discuss the Fairfax County Casino Bill. Over a 2-day period, we met with, as I said, a lot of different legislators, about 20, to advocate on behalf of the Reston membership. During this time, we discussed the importance of keeping a casino out of Reston, why a casino doesn't fit in with our community, and the detriments a development like this could bring to Reston. All right, so wrapping up my remarks, moving on to item B.
Mr. President, may I indulge you for just one moment?
Please.
I wanted to extend, and I hope my fellow board members will join me to extend our appreciation and thanks to the RCA for holding the candidate forum, and also the staff and elections committee members for holding the candidate forum. I happened to watch both RCA and the candidate forum. One of the topics that was brought up was why the board meetings run so long. Interesting topic. I was disappointed to hear that the candidate attributed the long meetings to board members, my fellow members, not being prepared when they come to the meeting. So in that regard, I just want to ensure that our members know, at least speaking for myself, and I think all board members agree with me here, that when we come to these meetings, to the board meetings, we come prepared. We read the material. There are other factors for meetings running long. So I will admit that if me not getting into discussions about pool colors, chlorine, etc., is not being prepared, guilt is charged.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Moving on to item B, approval of the February 26, 2026 Board of Directors meeting agenda. Is there objection? Seeing none, moving on to the agenda is accepted. Moving on to item C, member comments. Brittany, turning it over to you.
We have Julie Bitzer. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Ms. Bitzer. How are you?
You can pull it.
I'll try.
Or just bring it closer.
There we go. There we go. All right. Good evening. Julie Bitzer, 2020 Peppermint Court, Reston. I served as board director for 6 years, board president and VP, and I serve today as Parks Recreation Advisory Committee chair. But today I come representing the voices of many past board officers and directors from 2006 on, and who have endorsed this collective message. It is important for us to speak out now as our fellow RA members vote in the upcoming election for member-at-large director. Reston's quiet strength is that it knows what it is, and just as importantly, what it is not. That steady clarity traces straight back to Bob Simon's founding ethos, thoughtful planning, shared responsibility, and a community that governs itself wisely, ever mindful of its voice within Fairfax County. And that perspective matters more than ever as a newly elected board forms and faces the challenge of staying true to Reston's promise. At its best, Our elected directors set policy and direction. They ask hard questions, they balance priorities, and ensure that we stay financially sound and mission-focused. The board governs. The RA CEO and professional staff own the responsibility to effectively manage and execute day-to-day operations. When boards drift into operations, as evidenced in the past few years, everyone in our community loses. Accountability blurs, staff effectiveness erodes, and strategic thinking gets crowded out by minutia. Reston needs nine directors who understand that distinction, 9 who can and will work collaboratively on the pressing questions our association faces. How to responsibly renovate and modernize our amenities and facilities so they meet today and tomorrow's needs, accommodating growing interest in sports like pickleball or disc golf without sidelining existing users or blowing the budget. How to support a community where residents can remain active and connected across their entire lifespan. How to adapt our infrastructure to increase equity and accessibility of all of our offerings. How to maximize the value of our assets to the ever-growing diversity of our members. Our members range from original Restonians on fixed incomes who deserve stability, predictability, and respect for the community they help to build, to those young and diverse families who deserve opportunity, access, and a future that feels welcoming and attainable. Our board should be asking who benefits, who's left out, and how to do better, but all staying within a roughly $23 million annual budget. I turn the podium over to Andy Siegel to complete our message.
Mr. Siegel?
Brittany, I was really going to be disappointed if you called on somebody else. I was really going to throw off my whole...
Good evening. Andy Siegel, 2715 Soapstone Drive, Reston. Continuing with comment on behalf of former RA Board Presidents Karen Anton, Kathy Baum, Julie Bitzer, Kathleen Driscoll, and myself. There will be no rocket science in my comments, and still we feel they are a good reminder of strong board efficacy. We believe RA board directors should focus their efforts on governance versus management, and especially versus micromanagement. A board director's governance role is non-trivial and extremely important, and at the heart of it is a fiduciary obligation to fiscal responsibility, setting direction, mission, strategy, and high-level objectives for the association and its professional staff while holding the organization within reasonable financial guardrails is the main role of a director. Then, it is important to get out of the way and let staff perform their operational function while monitoring the progress and then course-correcting along the way as needed. And board members need not always agree on issues, and on an effective board, they often won't. But we should expect them to always challenge each other in a collegial manner. Board discipline also extends to relationships beyond RA. A successful board must be able to work constructively with our Fairfax County government and especially with our Hunter Mill District Supervisor. It means understanding how the system works, showing up prepared, and advocating effectively. Board directors represent and serve the association's members as a homeowners association, a community organization. As such, RA should stay in our lane and not try to take the lead in resolving every land use debate or try to substitute itself as lead for broader civic processes. And while it is often right to take and publicize a stand on important issues that affect association membership, it is also often other entities that are designed to take the lead on those issues. The board's responsibility is to respect and work within our community ecosystem, not attempt to override it. We, as 5 former RA board presidents, support a board made up of collegial members who understand good governance, a board that takes the lead in setting direction for areas that our homeowners association controls, a board that advocates effectively, when appropriate, for association membership externally. We challenge this sitting board to continue to work towards these aspirations. And we ask our fellow association members to vote for Dayton Lynch, the only candidate currently campaigning for the open at-large seat who possesses these skills and qualities. We know Dayton will maximize the return members receive on our assessment dollars while staying true to Reston's founding principles.
Mr. Siegel, I'm going to, oh, there we go.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Bob Petrine?
Good evening. Bob Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way. I feel compelled to state that accepting the resignation of our CEO after only 3.5 years has proven to be a serious snafu that is directly counter to the long-term interests of Reston Association and the community it serves. This decision defies common sense, contradicts the objectives established when I participated in MAC's recruitment, and disregards the demonstrated success of the organization that has been achieved under his leadership. Under the current executive team, RE has just completed one of the strongest periods of performance in its history. Programs and services are thriving. Facilities are operating effectively. Operational goals are being met or exceeded, and communications with members have improved substantially. These outcomes are the result of consistent, capable leadership, not coincidence. I have observed that strong leadership in every key position, effective coordination across departments, and a staff that is engaged in doing its work at the highest standard. As treasurer from 2020 into 2025, I can say without hesitation that the organization runs more smoothly today than it did 3 years ago. The board's priorities set when MAC joined in 2022 have been delivered. Modernized website, significantly improved financial transparency, clearer communication of member value, stronger and more frequent member outreach, and better interdepartmental coordination. These are not small fixes. They are fundamental improvements that's required stability and trust at the top of the organization. Looking forward, the challenges facing RA, aging infrastructure, increased redevelopment pressures, and evolving community expectations demand continuity of professional leadership. This is a mature 60-year-old organization with a complex operational scope that cannot be effectively managed by a term-limited volunteer board or constant executive turnover. What RA needs is a continuous evolving leadership, not a revolving door. This pattern is deeply troubling. 3 CEOs in 8 years is not a sign of healthy governance. It reflects a failure to support staff, the absence of a clear, community-driven, long-term vision, and a misunderstanding of the proper role of a board in a professionally managed organization. This instability will make it increasingly difficult, if not impossible, to attract and retain competent executive management.
I've managed to
I've got about 30 seconds more.
finish, Bob. Thank you.
You should not delude yourselves about the consequences. After investing years of effort to bring RA to its current level of performance, undergoing yet another leadership change at the top is profoundly disruptive and puts progress at risk. Reston Association will exist long after any board member is gone. Your responsibility is not to exercise control, but to ensure the long-term health of the organization through stable, capable day-to-day management. Undermining that stability is not governance, it's negligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Brittany, do we have anyone else?
Raquel Mullins.
Hi, my name is Raquel Melanix. My address is 11056 Thrush Ridge Road in Reston. I don't have a prepared statement, but I figured since I was here, I would say a little something. The one thing I do want to say is that I'm a very active member of our Reston community, and a lot of people in Reston have really taken to pickleball. And I know this is something that was addressed some time ago, but I think it's something that needs to be revisited because we are really lacking courts, especially on the south side of town. And I don't know if it's a possibility for some of the courts on the south side to be changed over, or if the board or professional staff with the Reston Association can maybe work with Fairfax County to have that one park here in Fairfax County converted to more pickleball courts, because currently it only has 2. But I would really like to see that service expanded in Reston so that more of us can take advantage of it and not have long waits or be kicked off the pickleball courts because tennis players have showed up. Thank you very much.
If there's anyone online this evening who would like to make a member comment, please raise your hand using the react button in the chat. I just wanted to make sure. If there's anyone else in the room this evening who would like to make a member comment, please come up to the podium.
Okay. Looks like we have none. Thank you, Brittany. We are going to move to item D, the consent calendar. We have 2 items on the consent calendar, the January 15th special board meeting minutes and the January 22nd regular board meeting minutes. Do we have objection to either of those items? All right. So, Mr. Lanza, I see you're online. Thank you. Just giving you the opportunity to object if necessary.
No objection.
All right, thank you. So seeing no objection, we will accept the 2 items on the consent calendar, and we'll move to item E, volunteer interviews. Brittany?
Online this evening, we have Kristen Wedemeyer for the Covenants Committee volunteer position.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be considered for the at-large position of the Covenants Committee. My name is Kristen Wedemeyer, and I've been a Reston homeowner and resident for 10 years. And over that time, I've really developed a deep appreciation for not only the beauty of our community and the pride we all take in our neighborhoods, but also an appreciation for the Reston Association governance structure. Reston's natural environment, architectural character, and well-maintained properties are a part of which makes it a special place to live, and we all share responsibility in preserving that. Since March of 2023, I've served on the Covenants Committee as a way of giving back to the community. And through that experience, I've become familiar with our committee processes and RA resolutions, and I understand how important it is to apply them consistently and fairly. These standards are not just rules, they're a part of what helps ensure Reston maintains its attractive, cohesive place and a location where residents feel proud and of their homes and neighborhoods. Professionally, I bring over 25 years of human resource experience in both private sector and government. And that's applicable because in my career, on a daily, I am required to interpret and apply policies and guidelines in an unbiased, consistent manner. I routinely evaluate complex situations, apply established standards fairly, and ensure decisions are grounded in process rather than personal opinion. And that same approach guides my work on the committee. I also bring a historical knowledge from my time serving since 2023, which helps promote continuity and consistency in decision-making. Understanding past interpretations and precedent is important in maintaining fairness and predictability for homeowners. Volunteering in this role is meaningful to me. Reston has been my home for a decade, and serving in one is one way I can contribute my experience to help protect the character, beauty, and integrity of our community. I'm committed to thoughtful, impartial decision-making that supports both individual homeowners and the broader community. I care about this community, and I take pride and the pride that we all take in it, and I'd be honored to continue giving back in an at-large capacity. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Dr. Perry?
Thank you. Thank you for your current service to this committee. I appreciate it. I have, I guess, one question for you. Should you not be chosen this evening because we have a plethora of candidates, would you have interest in serving on a different community with an RA, or is this your only interest?
This is not my only interest. I think it's great that there's a lot of interest in this. I know that in past years, sometimes it has been hard to drum up volunteers. Serving for the last 3 years, I can understand the importance of it, and I would be willing to explore opportunities on other boards if not selected for the Covenants Committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does anyone else on the board have any other questions?
Yeah.
Director Mafar?
Again, as Director Perry said, thank you for volunteering and thank you for your service at the DRB. Based on your experience so far, are there any areas that you see could be improved to help member experience with regards to the DRB? Anything that's general? I'm sorry, I meant to say covenants. Thank you.
Sure. I think a lot of some of the discussion that we have as Covenants Committee members is finding a balance of the resolutions of being specific enough, but doesn't paint the Covenants Committee or Reston in a corner. And so I think in my experience, it seems that some of the liaisons roles are critical in bridging that gap of allowing the Covenants Committee to have some leeway and not be very, very strict on certain things while still maintaining the neighborhoods and the communities.
Thank you.
So I think that just us, we routinely revisit the resolutions to ensure that they're up to date and current and are clear and well understood from the community members.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your time. And as you'll hear me say, or you won't hear me say, to the rest of the folks who are here, there's no need to wait around. We take a while. So we will be sure to get back to you as soon as we can there with our response, our answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Brittany?
Next, we have Sabila Robacher.
Yes, Robacher. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Sabila Robacher, and I'm a candidate for volunteering on the Covenants Committee as well. I've lived in Reston for about 20 years, and it's truly been a home for me and my family. One of the things that I've always appreciated about Reston is the balance between the design standards, the natural environment, and the sense of community. It really is a place that feels intentional. Over the past year, I've been serving as president of my Soapstone Cluster Association in Reston. And that experience has really given me a deeper appreciation of how much work goes on behind the scenes to maintain community standards while also supporting residents in a fair and reasonable way. I'm interested in serving on the Covenants Committee because I care about Reston and I'd like to contribute in a meaningful way. I see this as an opportunity to volunteer my time and experience to help preserve the character of the community while also ensuring that the process feels fair and consistent. At the cluster level, I've seen how important communication and clarity are. Most people aren't trying to push boundaries. They just want to understand what's expected of them. I think a committee like this plays an important role in keeping that balance, maintaining standards while also being thoughtful and measured in how issues are addressed. Professionally, in my work, I actually work in risk and compliance at a large company. So I'm very used to reviewing situations objectively, separating personal feelings from facts, and focusing on consistent application of standards. I think those skills translate well to this kind of volunteer role. But mostly, though, I'm here because I really, truly do love living in Reston And after 20 years, I feel invested in it, and I believe volunteering is one of the best ways to give back. Thank you for considering me, and let me know if you have any questions for me.
Director Perry?
So I have the same question for every candidate this evening, which is, should you not be chosen for the Covenants Committee, would you be interested and or willing to serve on a different committee within Reston Association?
Yes, I actually am also interested in potentially serving on the fiscal committee. I have a background in finance and very well versed in, financial and accounting work. That was, I would consider that one or maybe some other ones if there are, opportunities. I thought the Covenants was kind of a good fit for me, but for me, it's really more about, giving the time back and volunteering rather than the specific topic.
Great, thank you so much.
Does anyone else have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your time, and as I said to the previous person, feel free not to wait around for us. However, we will, you're welcome to stay, of course. However, if you've got other things to do tonight, we're happy to forward our response to you as soon as we've made it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, next we have David Johnson.
Respectfully, folks, I can't stand tonight. I'm having hip surgery tomorrow morning.
Oh, wow.
And it's difficult for me to do that. But in preparation of this interview, I did put together a brief bio on my background.
Could you bring the mic up to your mouth?
Of course.
Thank you.
I did bring a background statement on my...
Closer, because just for the people who are remote.
People online that can't hear you.
Yeah, heck with them. It's all good. I'll be happy to talk louder.
Thank you.
But as I said, I can't stand for more than a minute or two, so forgive me. But I did present and took the liberty of giving you a bio on my background, which includes my address, my phone number, my contact information, and my technical and experience in the area of covenants. And I'm a man of few words, so that's all I've got to say, but thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, and just so everyone knows, we are not related.
She has a question.
David Johnson, I am not related.
Oh, well,
Director Perry has a question for you.
Shoot.
By the way, I completely sympathize with your hip issues, so good luck with your surgery tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm very familiar. Should you not be chosen to serve on the Covenants Committee, would you have interest and or be willing to serve on a different committee within Reston Association?
I was formerly on the Land Use Committee, and as you know, that's been disbanded. I've made efforts to get involved with the Planning and Zoning Committee. This committee is certainly a step forward for my participation with RA. And depending on what opportunities might be available, I'd consider them, but I leave it open.
Thank you.
Thank you. Others?
Though I like the idea of you walking around with a mic, Tony, that works for me.
A little Jerry Springer-ish.
Exactly, just no chair throwing, please. Britton?
Next we have Greg McCandless. Please come up to the podium.
A little test. All right, there we go.
Now, if you've got to pick up the mic to bring it closer to your mouth, you can do that too.
I carry a loud voice, by the way. So, unlike David, a man of few words, I'm a man of many words. So I'm going to try to keep everything nice and short tonight and bite my tongue sometimes. And anyway, Greg McCandless, 11760 Sunrise Valley Drive. Nice thing about having this building here, I can walk here. So I'm at the Mercer right next to the Westin in Sheridan. So as you remember, board members, if you don't, I'm not taking your ginkgo biloba. I was here in May of last year for the same reason. And as you see, my primary reason for being here is because I care about Reston and deeply care about the community. So here I am again in front of you guys, and just had a few things that this time around I would like to add that I may not have included the first time. So having a lot of fun. Now I'm now the president of the board where I live, where before I was a board member. So that's going quite well. So my board experience, I'm enjoying being the president there. I also obtained my CMCA certification, and the Covenants Committee will find that very valuable in that. I also have a strong working role with property management associations that would help the Covenants Committee working with HOAs and the condo and the townhome communities. The other thing I bring, with 20 years experience in sales at Sprint, we were involved in the second worst merger in American history with Nextel. You can't combine CAA networks with IDEN networks. It didn't work out. What I would bring to, if the board would choose to accept me as a newly Covenants member, is you get a lot of skills, okay? You get a large repertoire of skills that I bring to the table. One of the skills I like to bring to the table is, can't we all just get along skill, okay? And with that said, is when I was at South Lakes, class of '89, people came to me, and they wanted help. You know, you had your jocks, your drama, your nerds and stuff like that. And what I did is I brought people together and we worked through challenges and things like that. And that's what I think I could do. I really think I could bring a lot of skills to the table. I currently volunteer with the CAM ICB folks in Falls Church. So I just think that there's a lot of things that I can do for the community, for the design review board, Covenants and the board. There's a lot of processes here involved. And what I would like to do is make your job easier. Less paperwork, more transparency. I want to make the end user's experience easier. We heard from Julie, Andy, and Bob tonight. We all have the same ideas. We just all want to get along and make this a great community. So that's really what it is. I'll take my IT skills. I know that I've watched more YouTube videos in the last 2 weeks than I've had in my whole life. I've watched every meeting that you guys have done on YouTube, okay? And I see the different systems that are in place for these Covenants Committee. And it appears to me with the different systems that at some time with the great new CEO coming on board, that with some directions, everyone remembers David Letterman's top 10. Let's get some top 10s from the different committees and stuff, and let's work on this long term. We're not going to fix anything short term necessarily, but we can do this technology-wise and get this all to where you guys can get out of here where it doesn't say 12 o'clock, okay, when I'm driving by at night finishing tennis or pickleball. Okay, that we get out of here. So I'm going to be quiet now because I'll keep going, and I know we all want to get out of here now. So thank you very much for considering me for the Covenants Committee.
Before you leave, I think Director Perry has a question.
So I sort of have two questions for you. Obviously, yours is a little different, and I think you know why. So my first question would be, should you be appointed to the Covenants Committee this evening, what is your plan with your candidacy for the RA at-large director?
Okay, yeah, that's good. The two-part question. That
I'm going to
being
start with the first, yeah.
Okay, so you're not throwing both.
I
of them.
don't like to do that.
I did hear that during either the RCA forum or the RA forum. I heard someone say those two parts. So thank you for, I do take ginkgo biloba though. So that's a good question. And I will say this, I had to do both because there was a deadline. Okay, so in the future, if we have a similar situation like this, if we could maybe spread it just for future committees and things like that. So I didn't have any other chance really than that I had to submit my candidacy for both. So I think did that answer that?
Do
Or
you-
what I'm going to do?
So I will not speak for every
Okay.
board member up here or on our board, but there are a number of us who do not feel that sitting board members should also be sitting on committees. And so what I'm curious is, should you win the RA board election, how would you handle if we were to appoint you to the Covenants Committee this evening? What would be your plan
thanks
for
for
that?
Okay,
And then,
good,
and then I
thank you.
still have the second
The
question,
second
but
one,
that's
yeah.
my
So thank you
clarification.
for tuning that up. Yes, thank you. So what I will do with that is, to answer that, I'm going to actually go to what Julie, Andy, and Bob kind of said. We've got good candidates. I mean, that's the nice thing, is that we have a good picking. The endorsement, that's strong. The endorsement of 5 former board, I mean, that's pretty good. I like to hear that. And that's what I would like to do if elected to the covenants, you know? I'd like to come in at the covenants level, learn about the processes. And then you'll see my name on South Lakes or at large or, yeah. So really, because you already know I was here in May, that's my true passion. I really do believe that I have the repertoire of skills that each 9 of you and the 60,000 others to make it can't we all just get along?
Okay, that's perfectly acceptable answer. And then my second question, just in general, as you've heard, we have a plethora of candidates everywhere this year, which is wonderful. Doesn't happen usually. Should you not be appointed to covenants, and should you not win the election for RA board at large, would you be interested in any of our other committees?
Tough question. So that's another good question though. But I think at this time, my mother told me if you don't get it twice, it's probably best to just, but I will not give up. I was taught by my mom at the same time, do not give up though. So what that would mean though is I like volunteering. I think most people in the room will know I'm a people person. And so I get that from that McCandless bloodline, people person. And the thing about that is that there's plenty of volunteer work. Okay, there's plenty of volunteer work. If it's Winterfest, if it's the pool events. So the face isn't going away. I'll be here at board meetings. I'm more active now than I ever been. I found God in my life, and he's been really good to me. And so I look forward to serving rest.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty on those questions.
Director Mullinex, you have a question?
Yeah, Greg, thank you for being here tonight and stepping up and volunteering. And to all of the volunteers who have interviewed tonight, thank you for stepping up and doing so. My question is, you mentioned you're a president of your local cluster.
Yes, sir.
I just want to, the question is, how would you balance being in that position, and if a matter within your cluster organization, your cluster came before you in the Covenants Committee, should you be appointed?
Great question, Matt. So for the first 2 forums that I missed and was unable to attend, the first forum was a family matter. The second one was because I was board president meeting. So as everyone knows here, we do have to prioritize sometimes, okay? So the priority is serving as board president in my complex is I have a good team in place there. So I can step aside. Technically, you're allowed to miss 3 meetings. I would prioritize the covenants as long as it's not the 4th Tuesday. So I don't know if that's what you guys do typically. It's a 7 p.m. meeting. Hopefully that isn't a challenge, but I would have to balance that challenge. But the covenants, I am extremely flexible in what I do, and I can handle that. And did I answer your full question, Matt?
I think maybe to clarify the question.
Yeah,
is
clear.
And you mentioned a complex, so just to clarify, if a matter with your complex came before the Covenants Committee, or had to be addressed by the Covenants Committee, and you're on one side and then you're on the other, how do you balance those two and avoid the conflict?
Okay, thank you for, yep. So the good news for that is because I live in a condominium building, there would almost rarely or non-existent that there would be a conflict. I don't think, and I think the board or the current Covenants Committee, I don't think there's ever been a situation. And I've been living there for 5 years now, and I'm sure that no one's ever knocked on our doors.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
May I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
I think what the board is interested in, just a simple yes or no question, is should your complex come before the Covenants Committee, would you recuse yourself?
Yeah, that's good, yes. I would recuse myself, correct.
All right. Looks like we are out of questions. I appreciate your time, Mr. McCandless. And like I said to everyone else, you're welcome to stay, but there's nothing forcing you to go about your evening. We will absolutely get back to you with our response as soon as we can. So we are about 11 minutes behind on the schedule, but I'm a little psyched that we are because it's because we had a lot of member participation and from both comments and volunteers, so that's great. We are moving on to Samuel Morse Drive SSPA, and Natalie is going to take the mic.
Hi, good evening, directors. In your packet, there are some briefing materials on Samuel Morse Drive, which staff have prepared, as well as a recommendation letter, which we will not be considering tonight, but we wanted to include it for the purposes of your review and feedback. I have with me tonight Brian Winterhalter and Kelly, how do you say your last name? Possessney, with the DLA Piper, who are going to give us a presentation on Samuel Morse Drive. All right.
Thank you very much, and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Winterhalter with DLA Piper, as Natalie said, here with Kelly Possessney from our office, and I'll run through a presentation on our Samuel Morse Drive project and then happy to answer any questions. So if you want to move to the next slide. This has been a long time in the making, and you'll see various iterations of our project as it's gone through the process with Fairfax County and various community groups for review as well. You may be familiar with the site. It's highlighted in red. It is 3 parcels that are off of Sunset Hills Road on Samuel Morse Drive. They are the Federal Credit Union Building, the Society for Nuclear Medicine, and the Austin Weston Cosmetic Surgery Center. Those 3 owners have an agreement with Pulte. So Pulte Home Company would be the developer, and they are the applicant for the rezoning application with Fairfax County. Next slide. And excuse me. And we initially developed a plan for 2 of the 3 parcels on Samuel Morse Drive, which you can see on the screen here. And that was all the way back in February of 2019, and it was a 90 dwelling unit plan on 2 parcels, a mix of multifamily units and stacked townhouse units. Next slide. And by July of that year of 2019, we had been in discussions with the Federal Credit Union folks and also Bognet, who owns the property. Here, this is the Bognet property, this is the Credit Union property, the Cosmetic Surgery Center property, and the Society for Nuclear Medicine property. At that time, we had envisioned 90 dwelling units again, and multifamily on the Bognet property, and a multifamily building on the Credit Union property. Fast forward a little bit further, next slide. And by November of 2019, we had increased the number of dwelling units to 140, and that was inclusive of the 3 Samuel Morse Drive parcels as part of the project, and then the Bognet parcel as well with a multifamily building there. There were various iterations of the project, as you'll see a theme here going over time, as we work to try to come up with a good development plan that would include the right parcels around us and with the coordination of our neighbors, some of which came to fruition and then ultimately wasn't able to come to fruition, which I'll get to in a few slides. Next slide, please. So as I'm sure you're all aware, in January of 2020, not only did we go into COVID in a few months later, but we also kicked off the Reston Master Plan study, the overall comprehensive plan task force effort. We candidly had hoped at the time that we would be able to pursue a separate comprehensive plan amendment just for this project. That wasn't to be the case, and we were, as the slide notes, directed to work with the task force and to pursue our proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan, which would then facilitate our proposed rezoning application of the property, and to do that as part of the task force effort. So that's what we did, and we submitted materials to the task force for their consideration. And ultimately, if you click to the next slide, please, the task force endorsed a, oh, sorry, I skipped a step. We had another development plan before then, which was a revised version of the site. At this point, it became apparent that for reasons that we're not privy to, the Bognet property was no longer Bognet and their group was no longer able to participate. So we then were back to our 3-parcel, 5-acre assemblage with the development plan that you see on the screen. And then, next slide, we added in January 2021 the parcel to the east. This parcel is part of Meridian's property. As part of the rezoning application that Meridian undertook with Rooney to build the multifamily and townhouses kind of down here off the page associated with the 11111 Sunset Hills office building, which is here. This land bay was approved as part of that zoning application for approximately 225,000 square feet of development with 3 options. One option was an office building, one option was a hotel building, and one option was a senior housing building. During COVID, none of those options were viable. Nothing has been developed on that land bay to date. Meridian was interested in coordinating with Pulte and being part of our overall application, so they were included in this version of the plan. Next slide, please. And by the conclusion of the comprehensive plan task force effort, the task force had endorsed a residential development option for our site. I won't read all the text there, but it included a number of conditions about tree canopy, stormwater management, and road improvements associated with the development. That was voted on by the task force, and we thought we were moving toward being included with that amendment of the comprehensive plan as part of that task force effort. Next slide. Unfortunately, as you can see by a big red X on the screen, that wasn't to come to pass. The Fairfax County planning staff came to the determination that despite our efforts coordinating with the task force and the task force's endorsement of a residential development option for our site, that from a sort of structural, formal perspective, the staff didn't feel that it was the right approach or appropriate to have our site-specific changes as part of the overall comprehensive plan amendment process, which, again, candidly would have been good to know at the beginning of the process, but that's okay. We persevered on and filed our own comprehensive plan amendment. Next slide, please. We pursued our project, which still has a comprehensive plan amendment associated with it in order to have a residential development option for our property, and then, of course, to be followed up by the actual more detailed rezoning application with the specific commitments in our development plan and in our proffers. For the next couple of years, or year and a half really, we had worked to try to proceed with this plan with the Meridian Land Bay. There was a lot of discussion with the county staff about road connections. We had wanted to move the road connection that currently exists at the circle where where Reston Station Boulevard comes east, and then at the 11111 building where there's that circle and it goes north to Sunset Hills Road. The idea was to move that farther to the east, so on the very right-hand side of the page here, so that it would line up with the ultimate crossing of the toll road with the South Lakes overpass. So that was the idea. That was the concept at the time. It turns out that this area right here was also a road link in the county's comprehensive plan for the grid of streets, and the county Department of Transportation staff felt like it was not the right approach to move this road connection that was here over to here, although this will still happen. But they wanted a road here as well. So that...
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes.
When you're stepping away from the mic, if you could just take the mic with you, so
Sure.
the folks online can still hear.
Sure. Yeah, my apologies.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. That's what the road looks like. So here, I will now walk over with the mic. And this is the road that currently exists. And this was a revised plan where the road would remain in place per the county DOT's recommendations. Next slide. And then unfortunately, after we had finally coordinated all of that and we felt like we were on a path to moving forward, Meridian's lender became involved, and we were talking more to Meridian's lender than we were to Meridian. And that ultimately didn't work out. And so the Meridian parcel is no longer part of our proposed development plan. So as you can see, we are now back to 5 acres, 3 parcels as part of our proposed development. It's been a long and winding road, but here we are. This was our plan in April, and we have made some modifications to our plan, which I'll share in a next slide. But this is 3 multifamily buildings, 2 along Reston Station Boulevard here, 1 along the connection to Sunset Hills Road here. This would be a 4-story building, which essentially would be very similar to this existing Lofts, Pulte Lofts 1 building. So Pulte was the developer of this building, as you may know, and they would be the developer of this project. So this building would be very much consistent with this existing building. These 2 buildings, very similar as well, except that these 2 buildings would be a story taller. So this would be 4 stories over 1 level of parking. These 2 buildings would be 5 stories over 1 level of parking. And then these would be the stacked townhouse units with park space along the frontage of Sunset Hills Road. Next slide, please. After further review and coordination with Fairfax County planning staff and Commissioner Carter and Supervisor Alcorn, it was suggested that we should revise the plan so that we have more of a street presence along Sunset Hills Road and frame that street with units rather than having the park space along Sunset Hills Road. And there was also a desire to consolidate the park space and have a larger, more meaningful park space. So obviously, as you can see in this plan, that's what we did. So we now have 2 over 2 unit stacked townhouses along Sunset Hills Road with a nice streetscape along here. We have a bigger consolidated park space here. We also have park space here and here down at Reston Station Boulevard at the southeast corner of the site. And we have a little bit more passive park space up here for the residents. Next slide, please. Overall, just to give you a couple of numbers here, the proposed intensity of the project is a 1.39 FAR. That's the all-in number. That's inclusive of the workforce housing units that would be part of the proposed development. So the way the county calculates the density, it actually would be, from a county calculation standpoint, a little bit lower than that because there's bonus units associated with the workforce housing. Overall, we have 1.44 acres of open space, 0.45 acres of publicly accessible urban parkland, which would be subject to public access easements. And that is a little bit above the requirement for this project based on the comprehensive plan policies for the amount of park space, which would be 0.41 for the site. So we're a little bit over the requirement for urban parkland. Compared to the existing recommendation in the comprehensive plan for office use at a 0.5 FAR, the proposed residential development will generate fewer AM and PM peak hour vehicle trips. So better than what's in the current comprehensive plan from a vehicle trip generation standpoint in the peak hours. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we are fronting along Reston Station Boulevard on the south side of the property. We will be completing Reston Station Boulevard with the full streetscape recommended in the comprehensive plan, which includes adding, excuse me, if you can see here, adding the on-street parking that's not currently there, the landscape amenity panel with the street trees, the sidewalk, and then up to the building. So this is existing from here to the left, and then this would be new. So we're finishing out the streetscape for Reston Station Boulevard along the entire southern frontage of our property, which of course has great benefits for the pedestrian accessibility of the neighborhood and will help complete, kind of the main artery through the northeast quadrant of the metro station area. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the architectural design for the multifamily building. Next slide, please. And this is an overview of the architectural design for the stacked townhouse units. Next slide. Here, next couple slides have some nice views of the urban park spaces. So as you see, the central park area where we have a larger, more consolidated park space, we have a nice open lawn area, multi-purpose. There's a children's play area, some seating areas and shade and so forth in the central park area. Next slide. And we have this more passive park area, fire pit, kind of gathering area, seating for the residents on the northwestern corner of the property. Next slide. This is a view showing on the very left-hand side of the page is the park along Reston Station Boulevard. And you can see the relationship from the two multifamily buildings there, kind of framing the park space. And then in the middle, you see there's a sort of promenade that runs back toward the Sunset Hills Road side of the property, and that leads to the park area that's in the middle and in the back of the property. And then you see the same condition just from the other direction on the right-hand side of the page. Next slide, please. And this is a view of a mural that we are proposing. This is conceptual at this point, so there will be some design on the mural. It may be like this. It may not be exactly like this. We're trying to invoke with this plan dots and dashes for Morse code for Samuel Morse Drive. So that's a fun little tidbit for our proposed development project, which I have to give all the credit to our engineer, Jessica Bradshaw at LDC. She came up with that concept, which I think is pretty cool. And the parking for the multifamily buildings is below the residential units. And the benefit of the topography of the site is that it's higher on the Reston Station Boulevard side, and then it falls away as you go toward the Sunset Hills Road side of the property. It's about 10 feet of grade change from front to back of the site. And that allows us to take advantage of the topography by building the multifamily buildings essentially into the hill, if you will. And so the parking, when you're standing here, this view is looking from Reston Station Boulevard, and that side of the buildings, the parking is below grade, so you don't see any of the parking exposed. And then on the back side of these buildings, the parking is open. It'll be screened and so on, but it'll be open on the back side. The reason we have this mural is because if we didn't have this mural and screen wall, you'd be able to sort of like look over where the loading and the access to the garages are. So that's just to sort of block those views from pedestrians along Reston Station Boulevard. Next slide, please. And these are a couple of nice massing renderings that I really like, just to give you a sense of the overall scope of the development. And I think one of the things that you see here is that the proposed development really fits in nicely with the character of the area that's emerging in the neighborhood. Obviously consistent with the Lofts 1 building next to us and consistent with the other multifamily buildings and townhouses that have been developed here. So very similar in scale and compatible with the remainder of the development around us. This is a view looking from the west looking toward the east. Next slide. And this is a similar view. It's just you're looking from the east to the west. So the metro station and Wheelie Avenue would be sort of off at the end of the page here at the top. But again, this just gives you a sense of the scale of the proposed development and how it fits in with the overall metro station area. That's the end of my presentation. We have Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors public hearings scheduled for the comprehensive plan amendment component of the project in April and May. And we are tentatively working to confirm Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors public hearing dates for the rezoning application in May and June. So that's our schedule overall. We've been to the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee. We've had a community meeting, actually several community meetings as part of the comprehensive plan amendment process, and just wanted to conclude by giving you our schedule and where this application stands. And hopefully, with any luck, we'll be able to proceed on those hearing dates because, as you can see, it's been quite an effort over the years. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming and thank you for the presentation. I know I'm going to have some questions in a while, but I'd like to get the members first. Director Mullenix, you had a question?
Yeah, I had two quick questions. I didn't hear it particularly mentioned in the presentation, but so 100 and how many units?
158 units total.
158 units.
112 of those would be in the 3 multifamily buildings, and there would be 46 of the stacked townhouse units.
Okay. And my question is, again, I didn't hear it in the presentation, is the intent that these units join the Reston Association?
Yes. So the Lofts 1 building has joined the Reston Association. I was not involved directly in like those discussions, but it's my understanding from David DeMarco at Pulte that he is intending to join under the same type of whatever agreement he had to join for the Lofts 1 building. He was anticipating just replicating for this project.
Great. Second question, the central green area, is that intended to be public open space for everybody, including neighbors and other communities that might be walking by?
Yes, the specific designated urban park spaces on our plan will be subject to public access easements for the benefit of the general public.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Perry?
Well, I certainly appreciate this. It was great. You answered a few of my questions as we went along, which is always very helpful, so thank you. On these stacked townhouses, how many levels high are those?
They are 4 levels high.
Okay.
And the stacked townhouse, or 2 over 2 as they're often called, is 2 floors of 1 unit, and then above is 2 floors of 1 unit. So it's 2 units on top of each other, and each unit has 2 floors.
And they're only having street parking, or will there be different parking available to them?
So on the first level,
Yeah.
there will be a garage
Okay.
that can hold 2 cars, but because there's 2 units above, right? So it's 1 garage parking space for each of the 2 units.
So then anyone else's street?
There's street parking, there's also additional surface parking as part of the proposed project as well.
Okay.
As a total, if I may, the requirement from the county for the proposed development is 194 parking spaces. And we are meeting that requirement, and we also have some additional parking. We have some tandem parking spaces that will be there, but the county doesn't count them as part of the official total.
Okay.
And then we have surface parking spaces for visitors. Overall, we have a total of 246 parking spaces.
Okay. And just so you know, as Reston has grown over the years, you may know we have some clusters who unfortunately, you got 1 parking space, no guest spaces, that was it. So, parking is a concern at times, depending on
Sure.
where you live. So I appreciate knowing that.
If we could flip back to one of the slides with the plan view on it, that would be helpful, because there are also some additional parking spaces that I will show you. Not every row of the 2 over 2s, the stacked townhouses, will have driveways, but some of them will have driveways.
Okay.
So, yeah, so if you look here, so these are... Thank you. Let's see, fast forward. Perfect. Okay, so these are driveways.
Okay.
In the back, and we are making sure that these are dimensions that will fit a car, right? So these are proper sized driveways in the back here, and then these units would not have driveways. So it's kind of a mix. We're trying to balance, quite candidly, Fairfax County would like us to have fewer parking spaces.
Yeah, they're wrong.
And we are well aware of the interest of the community in us having more parking spaces.
Thank you.
So we're trying to balance the best we can. We have more than we're required to have.
I think you're on the right path, so that's great. The other question that came up, as Director Mullenix asked about the green space and being available to anyone, which is wonderful. I think that's very neighborly, and I encourage all developers that are coming in to look into that. But you mentioned guest parking. So will there be parking available? So if somebody wanted to, come and play at your wonderful playground, is there some space there potentially, hopefully, for them?
So the guest parking is not intended to be parking for for folks who are coming to,
Okay.
hang out in the park spaces. The parking, the on-street parking around the edge of like all the on-street parking on Reston Station Boulevard. I keep not using the mic, my apologies. That is all, that would all be
the
publicly
intention.
available. And then there are also, this would be publicly available, and then there are parking spaces here as well, along this internal street that would also be publicly
Okay.
available.
Just making sure that there's
So it's-
something
there's
available.
some, yes.
Okay. And then I apologize. Give me 1 second. You answered that question. I would just say, as someone who has stood in front of a bulldozer for a tree, and my mom will happily tell you the story, and the developer called me some choice words when I walked into their trailer. However, I am a little concerned. I am not a fan of let's clear cut everything and build and then hope we'll do better later. So I would, I know that you're requesting a waiver. I would encourage you to reconsider that. Those were my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lanza, you've got some questions.
Hey, I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to make comments. I thought this is a really good addition to Reston. It provides new housing options as well as more affordable housing options. And as our community continues to expand, I think it's important that we always make sure that we're doing what we can to support our members and providing these options. And I think the public park space is very nice. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Director Mapar.
Thank you. Very simple question. Traffic is becoming a burden in Reston. It's building up. You briefly mentioned about I think you did a traffic study or you looked at some things. Can you give some details? And again, not too much, but just how do you see this playing out with the number of units that you mentioned, people coming in and going, any traffic lights? And this area is becoming really busy. So
sure. So the main benefit of the project from a traffic perspective is the fact that it generates less traffic than an office building. So in the AM and PM peak hours. So that's good for the peak period traffic reduction. In terms of the other things that we're doing, obviously the completion of Reston Station Boulevard will help the overall road network. We also, I didn't mention, but we also will be contributing a portion of our site through a right-of-way dedication and making a contribution to the county for sort of doing our fair share for this half of a new road. So this road here that's been designated as Easterly Road will ultimately connect all the way up to Sunset Hills Road. And so the idea is that our application will do dedication of land on our side and a contribution, and then the property on the other side, the Bognav property, they are actually in the process with Fairfax County now as well. They're earlier in the process than we are. And so the idea is that they would do a dedication of land on their side and presumably build the overall road. So we're doing our fair share to fulfill this link in the grid of streets. So between the improvements to Reston Station Boulevard, completing this road, and taking a site that could be developed with more office and using it for residential instead, I think are good benefits for the overall road network and for traffic impacts from the site.
do you anticipate any additional traffic lights?
Not directly as part of this project, no.
Thank you.
I appreciate everybody's questions. Director Farrell and Director Flood.
I don't know if Director Josh had any. I'm happy to wait. I just didn't want you to close it out.
I didn't intend to. I had some questions of my own.
I know.
Do you, Director Josh?
Yeah, I have some questions, and then I'd love to hear our staff's perspective, if there's anything in addition to what is in the packet. But I think we're kind of concentrating on the wrong thing at the moment. And I appreciate that Pulte has come as far as they have in the development and your hopes this summer to go through the rezoning process. But the question that is really on the table right now is, should we accept a comprehensive plan amendment to change the use of the property. So what I'm interested in is what is Pulte's take on what this surrounding neighborhood should be? Outside of this exact parcel, right, there is comprehensive plan language that says that this should be a mixed use area. What does Pulte think it should be? What are you requesting? And I think that the board would benefit from knowing what Pulte's view on what should the comprehensive plan text say instead of what it says now.
Yeah, so, right. So in terms of the specifics, I think there's two different questions there, sort of. One is what should the character of the overall neighborhood be? And I think the answer there is we envision it will be a mixed-use development area with office and retail and residential and so on as envisioned in the comprehensive plan kind of at a high level. With respect to the specifics for our property and what's recommended in the comprehensive plan, what is in the current recommendation is office at a 0.5 FAR. That's the current recommendation. And we are proposing a recommendation of residential development at somewhere probably in the 1.2 to 1.3 range, which would be the FAR that would be necessary to accommodate our proposed development.
So the mixed use portion then that Pulte would support for this surrounding area would then have to come from the other parcels like the Bognet parcel and the Meridian parcel in order to get the mix that the area needs?
No, not necessarily. And the interesting thing about this area in particular, the sort of the northeast area of the Wheeling Metro Station, is that most of it's already been either redeveloped or approved for additional development, as I'm sure you already know. So there is a healthy component of retail planned with the Midline project on the blocks that have not yet been developed. There's an office building that's approved on those plans. There are higher density residential buildings that were approved with those plans. And that makes sense because those parcels are closer, obviously along Wheelie Avenue and then closer to the metro station. So I think the idea in terms of like the character of the area is it sort of tapers down as you go farther away from the metro station. And in those locations, particularly here where there isn't planned to be significant new development east of this area, there isn't as much of a draw. So the idea of having retail on our project, for example, or having retail on the Rooney developments that happen on the south side of Reston Station Boulevard, I think is much more challenging than it is closer to the metro station where the sort of nucleus of activity is. So I think it makes sense from that perspective in the context of the overall metro station area.
So I think that I would encourage the board to really take that piece into consideration as we potentially develop a recommendation from Reston Association's perspective is what is this area, what should this area be in the comprehensive plan? Right now, it says industrial. As you heard, the comprehensive plan task force made a recommendation that it should be mixed use at a 1.0 FAR. And this board supported the comprehensive plan. And so we should take that into consideration. And to be honest, I think that's as far as we should go tonight from a recommendation standpoint, as we haven't seen the final development plan, we haven't seen the proffers, so we don't know really how to comment on the rest of this, but we do know that action is going to be taken by the county on changing the comprehensive plan. I would be curious, and since other people are commenting, I am happy to share some thoughts on the actual development plan. But I'm also curious, have you met with have you had a community meeting with the residents that are already in this area? And if so, what feedback have you heard from them?
We did not have a community meeting that we hosted specifically addressed to residents of the area or like the adjacent property. However, at the county-hosted community meetings for the comprehensive plan amendment, there were several folks from the Lofts 1 building who attended, and a few folks who weren't in the Lofts 1 building who were just interested in the project. We heard similar feedback to what we've heard tonight, largely. I think there were concerns about parking, making sure that we had enough parking. there was concerns about dust, of all things. Dust during construction seemed to be a big question. And then there were some concerns about the condition of Reston Station Boulevard, who will ultimately maintain it, why is it not yet accepted by VDOT? That's in part because it's not yet complete all the way through to be accepted by VDOT. But some questions about that. And then there was one gentleman who was very concerned about the pedestrian crossing at the intersection of Reston Station Boulevard and Wheelie Avenue, which is certainly a legitimate concern in the sense that the crosswalk is not there because it's tied to the development that hasn't happened yet on the parcels that are next to that intersection. So I think we heard a fair amount about the folks in the Lofts 1 building being among the first residents in this area, and then seeing what's happening around them, what's finished, what's not yet finished, and things, things like that.
Thank you.
Sure.
So that's one of the.
On March 8th, 2026 until March 20th, 2026.
So that's one of the things then I would recommend.
Just hold for a second.
Daylight saving time. On March 17th, you have one event. All day March 17th, 2026, St. Patrick's Day. On March.
Excuse us.
That's one of the recommendations that I would encourage the board to include is because Pulte built the other lofts. I really, and the lofts are part of Reston Association. I really do think that it would be advantageous for Pulte to do a community meeting and to really, take that community's feedback into consideration as you fine tune a development plan. Because I agree that there is some members there that certainly have some feedback that they want to share. And I think it could make the development plan bigger, almost be a lessons learned of what went well and what tweaks still need to be made to a future development plan if we get to that stage. I'd love to see some more active transportation or active recreation on the lot. I fear a little bit more with the slides that you had on the walkways. If we're not activating walkways, then they just kind of become dark walkways at night, and that can be a safety issue or a danger. So I would encourage some more active amenities be added. There isn't a lot of courts or pools that are developed within this area. And so I think that Reston Association's amenities would be of great value to the community. And, I would imagine that the residents of the lofts, could give some feedback to Pulte related to that already since they are members. So I certainly would encourage Pulte to continue considering membership and get in touch with our staff to maybe start talking about exactly what that paperwork looks like. I do want to recognize, however, that the dwelling units that are being proposed are significantly more. And so I think that the contribution that Pulte needs to make to the association needs to be larger, significantly larger than it was the last time that you guys joined. I am happy with the parking. I do think that there needs to be a mix. I hear that there are parking issues, but because these units are closer to the metro, the point is that they walk or bike. So I like the fact that there's a bike lane that is planned in the area. There's also already a Capital Bike Share location that is right basically in the corner of this parcel. So I think that would be really healthy mix. I've heard from residents in the area that it's not even just it's guest parking, it's the short-term parking, like the 15-minute I need to run in and hand something to somebody, like a DoorDash or things like that. So I'd love to see some type, especially at the higher multifamily buildings, some type of short-term, 5-minute, 10-minute, I'm picking up somebody, I'm dropping something off, type of parking. I'd love to see Pulte extend the proffer that they had from the other lofts building to contribute towards the light at Michael Faraday Drive. That contribution did not cover the light at Michael Faraday Drive, but obviously adding this many residents that close to Michael Faraday Drive, I think that a contribution to add to that light would go a long way towards helping the community achieve getting the light that they need at that area. On the eastern side, that where the line is for the multifamily building, when you look at the other slides, you can see green space. And that green space is not Pulte's property.
That is correct.
So I'm not a fan of a multifamily building because we don't know what's going to happen with Meridian's property. And there should be some type of buffer or something in the comprehensive plan that says what's going on that property, because otherwise that property could become a street, the South Lakes overpass. I don't know what it would be, but we shouldn't have a building that has no buffer between it and whatever's adjacent to it. So I would like to see a buffer of some kind be built into the property. Let's see.
Director Jishuk?
Yes.
If I could ask you to move this along a little bit and perhaps send an email with the list of suggestions that you've got for them.
So I guess what would help me is the board's intention tonight to, as staff suggested, and maybe we can allow staff to come up, we have a sample letter in the packet. Is it the intention that we, right?
The intention is this is just informational.
Yeah.
So we are not going, even though we have a proposed letter, we are not going to take action on it.
So,
on March agenda.
yeah, the letter is on the March agenda.
So you would rather me email additions to the letter than put them out in the public with the members? Because members may disagree with my comments, which may change my mind for a future letter.
If you could summarize and just kind of bring it home, that'd be great.
It would be really helpful if this board could determine how it is we're going to do land use.
It would be fantastic, but that's not germane to right now.
I come prepared to do land use in a way that makes a difference to the community members that are going to be living in these houses. And I think that is the way that the association should address land use. If we're not going to do it that way, then we would really be wasting the developer's time and continuing to do land use from
I appreciate that, but it's
50,000
not
foot
germane
level.
to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. So after Mr. Farrell speaks, then I would propose a motion.
Director Flashman?
Good evening. I have some questions which are perhaps tangential, but I think nevertheless of interest to the general community. And you have proposed something in excess of 200 parking spaces. Am I correct in that?
Yes, 246 parking
How do you propose to deal with electric vehicles?
We will have electric vehicle charging stations. There's a commitment in our proffers to have electric vehicle charging stations in the multifamily buildings, and then to sort of pre-wire the buildings so that the number of electric vehicle charging spaces could be expanded over time, and make sure that the garages in the multifamily buildings are equipped to be able to do that up to a certain percentage. And then with respect to the stacked townhouse units, we are committing in our proffers to sort of similar to install the the equipment that would allow you to then have each of the purchasers as they come through, if they so choose, they can essentially pay to complete the installation process for the rest of the equipment. So that will be an option for all of the purchasers of the stacked townhouse units.
And how many charging stations would you put in and what kind? Level 2, level 3?
It would be level 2, yeah.
Okay. How do you manage, or how do you propose to manage stormwater, since it looks to me like there's a lot of hard surface there?
Yes, that is true. We will have stormwater management measures as part of the project. So we'll have bioretention facilities, we'll have stormwater vaults, it's permeable pavers. And right now, I mean, as you know, the site's mostly buildings and surface parking lots right now. So it's largely impervious in its existing condition. So we will be significantly upgrading the stormwater management for the site.
Would you consider having green roofs?
I don't think that's something that we could accommodate on the project. We can certainly ask our team, but I don't know that that would be able to be accommodated. One of the things that we're concerned about, candidly, is the maintenance burden for the condominium association and what happens. I've been told stories of not great things when the green roof isn't maintained by the association. There is no rooftop amenities on these buildings, so nobody would be going up there. And if it's just kind of left up there, it doesn't create a great situation long term.
Would you consider solar panels?
I'd have to ask the Pulte team about that. I don't know that that would be viable either, but we will ask.
Thank you.
Director Farrell?
Sure, thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Winterhalter, for coming in. Appreciate that. We know each other, so if I slip and call you Brian, please forgive me.
It's quite all right.
So we talked about earlier about the accommodation for the South Lakes flyover, and of course, that's off in the distance for decades. But tell me how, is the anticipated right-of-way noted on Concept 8 as the public road? Is that where we're thinking generally?
So to give you the quick overview, this public road is already publicly dedicated right here on the east side. We are making the improvements here along Reston Station Boulevard, and there will be additional right-of-way dedication here. And then we will be dedicating right-of-way for basically our half of the Easterly Road connection here. We will also be making a commitment to dedicate additional right-of-way along Sunset Hills Road.
What I'm asking, Brian, is where does the flyover landing connect?
My apologies.
No, that's fine. I wasn't clear.
It's actually off of this map. So this stays in place. This is Meridian's Land Bay, and the South Lakes overpass where it connects with Sunset Hills Road would be sort of over here. Okay. So it's to the east. It's one block over to the east. So our original proposal, for what it's worth, was to take this road, move it over here, and then have this be one connected project.
That was my confusion. It was connected to the Meridian property. So where do we so across the street is the post office, yes?
Yes, correct.
Okay, we see that in shadow at the very top of the picture. So given the high volumes of traffic in and out of the post office, do we believe we're going to see any of these connections meet the warrants for a signal?
I don't know the answer to that. We can ask our transportation engineers, Grove Slade. I don't believe so as part of the analysis for this project, but that's a good question. I don't have the answer, and I will get it for you.
Did y'all do a 527 on this site?
It was not necessary because we didn't exceed the vehicle.
For my colleagues, that's a traffic study that's normally required on larger projects. This project may be too small. And then, so that would be really interesting to see where we're going to put that traffic control signal, because there's just a lot going on here. Mm-hmm. And as somebody who goes to that post office regularly, you take your life in your hands because of the curve. I think you mentioned the proffers. Are they in draft?
They are. They're available. We can send them
to you. Have they been submitted to the county staff?
They have.
Okay, so can we get a copy to Ms. Serio?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
And the CDP, FDP as well, the development plan. Sure.
Please. I think this is, let me check. Okay, last question. The central green area, we've heard about the easement, the public access easements, and that's wonderful. Who's going to pay for that maintenance?
Pulte will pay for that maintenance then until it's ultimately turned over to the association.
So there'll be a cluster association?
Yeah, there'll be like a condominium association, yes.
Oh, I see. Because it's 2/2s, there'll be condominiums also.
And so will the multifamily. The intent is for the entirety of the project to be for sale units.
Okay, so as part of the condominium association, and it will be one condominium association,
Yes.
two? One? And so the condominium association will maintain the central recreational space. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions? All right, seeing none, I'll ask the few that I have remaining. There were several of mine were asked, and I thank the board members for doing it. But boiling it down to, I guess, my last couple. The mural that you had, fantastic idea. Is there any thought of getting local artists to do it?
So that is the first time in the entirety of from 2019 to today that somebody actually asked us that question. And I think it's a fantastic idea. So I will talk with Pulte about that, but I think that's a great idea.
Great. We can put you in touch with organizations that can help you with that.
Yeah.
I had meant to suggest working with PAR.
Yeah, and that's part of our proffers as well, to coordinate with Public Art Reston. So
Fantastic.
we can certainly do that.
Great. All of my other questions have been asked, so thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to continuing the communication.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Natalie, did you have anything else for us on this topic?
No, really quick though. I did just want to say thank you, Director Juszczyk, for your comments, and I especially appreciate your comment about the use of the mixed use of that area. I would like some answers on that as well. And then I know you had asked for a little bit more information from staff analysis beyond what was in the packet. The recommendation letter in there is just theoretical, and I appreciate your comments, and we will take those into consideration. And I would really appreciate an email if you find the time, but I'll go back and watch the video. I also just wanted to make a comment. We went to P&Z on Monday. There was a significant comment about stormwater retention. There are some standards that Fairfax County is implementing that makes it so the developer has to retain as much of the first inch of water as they can. The developer is planning to retain 42%, and they're currently working with county staff to do more. And we took this to the committees. We took it to PRAC and EAC. EAC made comments about the trees and preserving more trees, and PRAC made comments about including bike share. Do you have any other questions?
I would love to see staff, one of your first recommendations was that the applicant may also consider contributing financially to offset the impacts of RA facilities. I would love to see in the next packet the actual calculation. We have a calculation mix based on Reston Association's mix of facilities to people that we've calculated, and so I'd love to see that in the next packet. I appreciate PRAC's comments about bike share, but there is a bike share literally like on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we can get back to PRAC and let them know that that's already part of this. And I would second Director Perry's comments about adding the tree waiver rejection maybe to your letter. That seems to be something that you're hearing multiple places, not just from this board. I am hearing, if you could explore the stormwater management piece,
Mm-hmm.
I think that the board can be supportive of stormwater management guidance, but I'm not really sure what our guidance on stormwater management should be. So if we could do some research on that before the next packet, I think that would be really helpful.
Great.
All right, anything else on this? Pete?
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Lusk. The SSPA is going in front of the Planning Commission in April. We'll be turning over in April, and I don't know when or if the next board meets before the SSPA hearing. And so I would just encourage my fellow board members to come to the March meeting ready to vote on a comment letter on the SSPA. The rezoning doesn't happen, at least at this point, till May, and there may be enough time for the new board to comment on the rezoning. But typically, the most effective comments that come in before the Planning Commission hearing. That's where the eggs get fried, where the sausage gets made. So I would ask my fellow board members to come to March ready to approve a comment letter on the SSPA and not try to avoid continuing it to whenever the meeting after that happens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. So is it the board's intention to vote on a recommendation only on the SSPA in the next meeting? Or would you like to kind of combine them? I'm just hearing both.
I think it's a conversation we'll have later. Thank you. Yeah.
I think that's trying to do both is biting off far more than you're going to want to take care of in the March meeting. Just my thought.
Appreciate it. Mr. Lusk?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Winterhalter. He's been very generous with his time, not only on this development, but multiple developments. I feel like Natalie and I have a standing meeting with him at this point, so thank you, Brian, for coming. Also, Director Mullenix stole our thunder a little bit, but we are actively engaged in getting them to join the association, so thank you for bringing that up. Just want to say thank you. Thanks, Troy.
Thank you. He stole mine too, so, it's a trend. All right, well, thank you, Natalie, we appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you, Brian.
We're, just to give everyone, yes,
I had a motion.
yes.
So I'd like to see the board take action now on what the comprehensive plan amendment piece should say. So I will motion that the Reston Association Board affirms its support of the task force recommendation for the area, which is on the slides that were in the presentation.
Motion's been made, is there a second? Motion does not have a second, so we are not moving forward. Thank you very much, though.
So then I would request that the staff consider presenting some draft comprehensive plan language that this board can look at in addition to what is in the letter that's specifically about the development plan at the March meeting.
All right. Moving on to, just to give everyone an idea of what's going to happen. We're going to do the CEO update, which is an informational section, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. So, Mr. Lusk, have at it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few comments, and then we can take questions on the presentation that was in the packet. So I'd like to express my thanks to two specific groups. The first being our central facilities team for all their work. Since our last board meeting, there's been 2 snowstorms. After not having snowed, I think, for 2 years, we had 2 in the last month. So we've even coined a new term called snowcrete, and we've worked our way through it. So I'd like to thank CSF. I'd also like to thank our membership for their patience. We've received multiple really nice comments on our work, but we did receive some please move faster comments, so we appreciate everyone's patience. Since the last meeting, I've had the opportunity to meet with multiple committees, including IT, EAC, fiscal, and others, to work on specific initiatives such as the IT roadmap, the future of capital funding, and others. Our staff are actively engaged, and I think we're off to a great start with our committees for the year. A theme for this year that you'll hear from our staff as we go throughout the year is increased service to the membership. And one of those examples was actually in the materials in the packet. Due to the new way that we're renewing member passes, we've renewed 7,000 recreation passes this year to date instead of 2,000 compared to last year. Folks are able to renew their member pass when they pay their assessment. That was new for the year, so we've really increased service on that front. On the land use front, we've been actively engaged with many different developments from Samuel Morse, who we heard from tonight, Lake Fairfax Business Park, Isaac Newton, and Roland Clark Place. So I feel like we're moving in the right direction and forming relationships with developers on that front. Lastly, our communications director asked me to announce that we will host an Ask RA opportunity next Friday, where the CFO and myself will be answering questions from the membership live on Facebook. So if you would like some entertainment, I would please recommend that you join that session. In the packet, there were two items specifically I think that are worth addressing. One is the Lake Newport Tennis Court project. This will be in front of the board multiple times throughout the year. The way that we structured the funding for the Lake Newport Tennis Court project is that we would go through demolition in this calendar year, and the actual construction is in next year's budget. So as we talk about budget, we talk about capital funding throughout the year. It's just something to keep in mind. And then lastly, there were some slides related to the facilities plan that we've been talking about for a few years now. I'm very excited to kick this off. The board funded 2 different years for this project, so we have money to go forward. I open the opportunity to meet with any board member individually on this topic. I think it would be a good idea to hear from folks what they'd like to see in the plan. Staff have pre-drafted a plan that we've sent to a consultant so that we can get ahead of maybe the consultant coming back to us with something we're not interested in seeing, and we're kind of driving this process. So happy to take any questions. There was also a video. Thank you for listening.
Question for Mr. Lusk. Mr. Farrell, Target Farrell, excuse me.
That's fine, either one word. John words too. So long as you don't tell me late for dinner. Mr. President, I have a comment. Earlier this evening, we had some suggestions made about a lack of continuity of professional leadership in the absence of a clear, community-driven, long-term vision. I have to contradict that.
I'm going to ask if that's germane to any of the 3 topics that Mr. Lusk brought up.
This is
Specific to it.
To Mr. Lusk's performance or Mr. Lusk's team.
I don't think that's still not germane to the topic.
Mr. President.
I've ruled that it's not germane, and you're welcome to ask the board to overrule my.
Did you say at a later point in the evening this would be appropriate, or did you say it wouldn't be appropriate?
I say it's not appropriate in under these 3 items. If you'd like to find a section under which it is appropriate, feel free.
Well,
but Mr. Lusk has a CEO update. He's got 3 items underneath that update, and what you're saying has nothing to do with those. So I'm not going to continue this. I've ruled, and like I said, if you'd like to overrule it and move to do that, you're welcome to do so.
Well, that's regrettable, but we've got other things to do.
Director Mullinex.
In the facilities master plan, so backing up to 2025, we approved the facilities condition assessment program. I think I just want to reiterate the value and success of that program and ask that in the master plan, we contemplate continuing that program as an ongoing, continuous facilities assessment program.
Very good.
Any other questions or comments? Director Jeshuk.
I want to speak about the facilities master plan. I think that's a really important document that the association, the board has been talking about for years and been dreaming of having a complete facilities master plan. And I appreciate the time that we have taken over the last few years to really do our homework and the studies that we need to incorporate into the facilities master plan. But I don't think that the board has ever really had a conversation about what are we trying, what is our vision for the facilities master plan? What is the expectation that the membership should have for, bringing back this facilities master plan document? What should be in it? What should not be in it? And so I would like the board to take the time to really make sure that staff have a vision of what this plan is so that when they bring it back to us, there are not holes or expectations that maybe we had as individuals that we thought would be in the plan and then ends up not being in the plan, or vice versa. Maybe staff's vision of the document is completely different than the community's. So I would like to ask that we embark on some type of purpose statement, vision statement that staff can use when building the facilities master plan. And I would love to see our committees, maybe somebody gets appointed from each committee, or maybe there are key community members our staff can think of that have this type of experience, and they can bring us kind of a whiteboard session, after a whiteboard session, a purpose statement for what is our facilities master plan purpose, and a vision statement for what are we trying to aspire to be for our facilities in the future. And I think that would really help be the guiding principle behind everything else that is produced in the facilities master plan. So I would ask that the board consider that through a motion that I have. I move to direct the acting CEO to develop both a purpose and vision statement for the facilities master plan with the assistance of board members, committee members, staff, and community member input, and that it be brought back for a full board approval in the summer of 2026.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Discussion. I see none. Let's call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 in favor. And I think I heard Director Lanza's, it looks 6 in favor, against, and abstaining. 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
My second comment is I would love to see a conversation between our board president and our acting CEO on what the boundaries of the CEO update are in the future, because I actually thought the CEO update was about dialoguing with the CEO on anything that was association related. If we are limiting it to the items that the CEO puts in the report, then I'd like to have that understanding going forward.
Good. Thank you. Anything else?
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute break. It is 8:17. If we can, we're going to take a 13-minute break. If we can get back here at 8:30, that would be great.
Just so you know, the main door is locked.
And we are back. Next item is item H, Legal Committee recommendations. I think, let's see if we can do those with unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing none? Okay, let's move forward.
Madam Clerk, Counsel, is that adequate for your purposes?
To approve and accept the unanimous consent, yes.
Well, not written, because we're not.
I'm sorry, unanimous consent, yes.
I'm just thinking about authorization of litigation and, somebody whacks CW in court.
They've been on our consent calendar in the past, I believe.
They have in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just have a motion that goes along with it.
I don't care.
Okay.
If he's happy, we can move on.
If Tony's happy, we're happy.
I'm rarely happy.
All right, moving on to RTCN recommendation letter. Natalie is here. Your name is attached to this. Is there anything that you need to add to it?
No, you guys can just
Okay.
talk about it.
John, you had a
Yeah,
motion?
I have a suggestion. Forgive me? I have a suggestion how we move forward here. We had pending a motion from Director Santa, who's not here tonight, to make some edits to the draft letter. When she made that motion, she hadn't articulated exactly what they were, just identified the paragraphs. We have with us tonight a draft, a red line of the letter, and I'd ask unanimous consent that we recognize this letter as encapsulating Director Santa's intention.
Is there any objection? I see
Just
none.
to clarify,
Well-
you're referencing the revised letter that I believe Natalie provided to everyone. There was one tiny edit.
There's one with red lines, Director Lanza. Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Director Lanza is referencing at everyone's workstation tonight, there was an updated letter. There was two words, lead platinum, that were struck out. And that's the difference from what's in the packet and what's on the table. So on the table is the most updated version.
And it still includes the red lines.
Right, and I want to speak to it because I'm going to oppose several of the red lines, and I'm happy to proceed however the chair desires.
May I ask one question?
Sure.
Director Lanza, did you hear what Mr. Luss said the changes for the one we have here in person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you could hear that.
Thank you for doing that. I think we're good to move ahead with that.
I think a couple of these we can talk about at the same time, but I'm going to move to keep the original language in paragraph 1 and 12. They're connected, and I'll explain why here, but I need a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. President, this property was originally given to Inova by the county for the purpose of providing non-for-profit health care to the Reston community. That's the original gift from the county to Inova. So that's, put a pin in that one. During the presentation made by Mr. Sampson to the Land Use Advisory Committee, Mr. Sampson said that it was the intention of Inova to have 40 to 90,000 square feet of health care in Block 2 of 4, and that the Sunrise Assisted Living site would remain in place. That's number 12. There is a principle in land use practice that if someone makes applicant's representative makes a representation as this item 1 and item 12 are, that they're to be incorporated into proffers. If they're not in the proffers or not committed, and Director Lanza, I think, has some experience with this, you don't do that. You don't make a representation that you're not prepared to proffer to or otherwise commit to. These representations were made by Mr. Sampson on behalf of Inova. Having made those representations, we want to see those commitments carried forward so that the people of Reston will continue to have non-for-profit healthcare services. The healthcare services, alternatively, that we have today are a hospital operated by HCA, which is a for-profit hospital, and the whole point of the gift by the county was for a non-profit healthcare service. This would be a continuation of the original intention in giving the land to Innova. And so I would ask that we keep the original language as proposed in item number 1 and item number 12.
May I ask a question of Director Farrell? I guess it's technically 2 questions. The first being, is the current Innova emergency room over there around the same size? Is that the intention in general?
No, the current Innova emergency room is much smaller.
Mhm.
I think it's something around, somebody can correct me, I think it's like 10,000 square feet.
Okay.
And of course, it gets wiped out
Mhm.
as part of this redevelopment.
Right, no, I understand that. So I was just curious on that. And then the second is, based on your statement that these 2 statements were stated to land use, would you be willing to consider different language that says these statements were made to RA and we would like to see them pushed through, or something to that effect, versus the applicant should do this, more along the line of the applicant has said this and we'd like to see that?
If you see me
held up.
scowling, I'm trying to figure out the wording. to
No, I
implement.
understand.
I don't have a problem with your intention.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to figure out what the wording is.
Okay. Well, I don't need to wordsmith tonight. I was just curious if you would be open to that suggestion.
Certainly, because those representations were made to a committee of this organization. I just don't want to be a situation where those representations disappear. And so that, my first one would be to restore paragraph 1 and 12 as edited and recommended by Director Perry. Do I have did I get a second on that? I did have a second on that.
I just have a question. What would be, I'm sorry? Okay. Just what would be the mechanism by which we make the edit and in what time frame? Because I know we're not doing it now. So, you know, I'm going to let John give his position on this.
Well, we have, I believe Ms. Serio is sitting here. I think she's listening to our colloquy. I think she can implicate that. We could say something like, as represented to Reston Association, or something like that, to begin each of the 2 paragraphs. And I think that works for me. I don't know if it works for you.
Something to that effect. I
Something
feel
to that.
confident that staff is understanding the suggestion.
Ms. Serio is nodding her head.
And I would say if you specifically need a time frame, can you do it within the next week now? Okay. I mean, I don't think that's necessary per se, but.
Natalie, I just wanted you to know I didn't intend to reference you as a mechanism. Okay, well, we're good. I think we're good. We've got a motion. Has it been, Director Lanza, thank you.
Yeah, just to provide a counterpoint, I can agree to leaving in 112. I do not think should be in our letter. Why would we support just one single operator? I think it's different if we come out and support an assisted living facility, but to solely support Sunrise, I don't think that's responsible or feasible. Say they decide to pull out of the space, are we then saying we only support their specific facility?
Mr. President, I'm happy to change the word. Sunrise Assisted Living is operated by Innova, and they said they were going to keep that facility there. That's the only reason why I referenced Sunrise. If Mr. Lanza is happy with an assisted living facility, I'm happy, I'd ask unanimous consent to make that change.
Objection?
The only other thing I would want added to 12 is to include an alternative where that space could be redeveloped for affordable housing.
So, Mr. President, that is not what's recommended on their development plan. Their development plan is to develop market housing on this site. But in order to do that, they will come back for a rezoning to affect that change from assisted living to whatever. But that's why when they made the representation that that land bay was going to stay as assisted living, it's like, okay, then in order to change it from assisted living, you got to come back for another rezoning. That's why the language here is that way.
Director Perry?
May I just suggest that 1 and 12 be combined to make a nice, here's what was suggested to us and committed to it.
If I may, Mr. President, they're two different land bays. That's why they're two different suggestions. So that's why they were listed separately.
Okay, well, we've got a motion made and seconded, and I think we've had discussion, unless there's any more.
Is the motion to approve the letter or the motion just for these edits?
It's just for the edits. The motion to approve the letter is pending.
Later.
Director Santa made a motion to amend, and I'm making a motion to
amend
accept
again.
some of the amendments and not others.
I would like to speak to other.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Get that, thanks.
So this is just for 1 and 12?
1 and 12.
Correct.
That's the one on the table right now.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm keeping track.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Do you
1 and
wanna-
12.
Can we move?
And so, moving to the question, all in favor?
I don't care.
Aye.
Unanimous of all in attendance.
Mr. President, I'm going to move over to item 9. The two edits to item 9, and I can only speak to one because I'm not sufficiently familiar with LEED Platinum certification, which is, I'm given to understand, is the highest. It goes silver, gold, platinum. And platinum's the highest level of environmental, but I'm taking a pass on that one. Someone else can make the motion. I'm going to speak to the second edit, which talks to the Land Use Committee's recommendation that the athletic field not be artificial turf. Artificial turf increases stormwater runoff from a facility, and it also, we are seeing circumstances where folks, especially young people who play on artificial turf, have a higher incidence of cancer. And that was the motivation for the Land Use Committee to recommend that the athletic field not be an artificial turf. So I'm going to move that the original language be kept in the letter. I need a second.
Motion's made and seconded. Discussion? Director Lamar?
Yep. As many of you know, I play soccer. And for many years, I've been playing on artificial turf. There have been studies in showing that attributing some form of cancer to those little pebbles of tire that they put in the artificial turf. But I will share with you, having been involved in one of those studies as a participant, the conclusions are not conclusive. There's a study that says it does this, and there's a study that says we don't know enough. So relying on that study, I think, is not a good thing to base a judgment on this. That's all.
Director Perry?
So I actually am middle of the ground here. I don't agree with either of you in total.
Sharing the fact.
Here's the thing. As some of you know, I was also involved in youth sports for many, many years. And you are correct in that the black pellets that are ground up tires have been associated potentially with cancer in especially the kids who pick it up and eat it, or goalies that touch their face or whatever. More so the people who are touching it with their hands and then touching their face. However, having said that, the tire granules are not the only substance that can be used in artificial turf fields. It includes some white plastic type pellets, which again, we know plastics are not great for the environment. I do respect and understand that. However, there's also coconut husk. There are a number of options. So I am not in favor of no artificial turf. I will tell you right now, we have some issues with you can't play on fields for a certain amount of time once we've had snow or whatever. I would be in favor of being against the black rubber tire piece, but I'm not against artificial fields as a whole. And I believe Mr. Lusk would like to say something.
Sure, just very quickly, just for some perspective, I've built 12 or 15 turf fields in my life. That's, to me, our job tonight, I think, is to advocate for the athletic field at the site. Interim uses, there's going to be vacant lots for a long time. Both sides of the synthetic turf debate could go on for a long time. I think we want to advocate for an athletic field. And if that's natural grass tonight, it can be resolved, I think, over time.
So this is not the decision we want to make now. We want to advocate.
That's my perspective, but I think the athletic field is the important piece here.
So,
Understood, thank you.
so just to be clear, the athletic field is not, that is going to be, an athletic field is not in question. It is going to be an athletic field. The concern on stormwater runoff from, regardless of what the component part is, you have accelerated stormwater runoff from other, because a natural turf field actually absorbs the rain. So it was both of those things that prompted the Land Use Committee to recommend that it not be artificial turf.
Pete, could we get our resident expert on that, on stormwater, to weigh in? I see Mr. Rhodes all the way in the back.
I'm sure Mr. Rhodes would love to weigh in. While he's meandering his way up here.
Okay, thank you.
Director Farrell is correct that synthetic turf fields do carry with them stormwater credits, but I will let Mr. Rhodes weigh in.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are ways to mitigate the impacts of synthetic turf fields from a stormwater perspective, underwater detention vaults, and other infrastructure surrounding or under the field. And most synthetic fields that I've experienced that have been built recently involve this stormwater mitigation. There are stormwater impacts to real grass turf fields as well. The runoff reduction coefficient for just a turf field that is compacted is only slightly different than an artificial turf field if you look at the Virginia runoff reduction methodology. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Director Lanza?
Hey, I would just like to speak to both of the red line edits. The first being the striking out the word platinum. So it's
I don't
just,
have, that motion's not.
Yeah, Director Lanza, that one is not on the table. We're just discussing the athletic field line item.
Okay, so with the athletic field, after speaking with Izzy about this, I believe one of her big concerns, and not to speak for her, just also advocating this as well, Reston doesn't have an artificial turf field, and that brings us down in competitiveness, being able to host events shortly after rainstorms. So I think it's important to have an all-weather field, essentially. And then second, with the stormwater perspective, like Ben was saying, these facilities are traditionally designed to ultimately become infiltration trenches, where you have gravel storage layers beneath them that promote infiltration into the ground. So it's not like you're just paving it with asphalt.
Thank you. Director Perry?
I just wanted to make one clarification to Director Lanza's comment. It's not that Reston doesn't have any turf fields, it's that Reston Association does not have any turf fields. Because both South Lakes High School Stadium and Langston Hughes Middle School's field are turf. So I just wanted to make it clear that it's not that Reston doesn't have any, it's that Reston Association doesn't.
Mr. President, as a point of clarification, everybody should remember this artificial, or strike that, this athletic field will be owned by the County Park Authority. It's part of their element of the town center. And so, as is pointed out, there are other county-owned artificial turf fields at South Lakes High School. At least two, maybe another one.
Okay. Dr. Jessup?
I just wanted to share from the Comprehensive Planning Task Force there were a lot of voices that came and spoke with RA when that task force was going on, and also at the task force. And in the version that the task force put forward to the county, the not to have turf fields in Reston was something we heard a lot from members. I don't know anything about the pros and cons of turf or non-turf, to be honest, but I do feel like I've heard from a lot of members that there seems to be more people against turf fields in Reston than for, at least from the members that I have heard from. So I just wanted to bring that forward, that it was a big deal when the Comprehensive Planning Task Force was going on.
Okay.
Can I just clarify with your statements? You mean artificial turf, specifically artificial turf?
Yes,
Okay.
they want natural,
Versus
for some reason,
natural,
our
okay.
members seem to come out in droves and want natural grass
Yes, okay.
stuff.
Thank you.
Director Fleischman?
Yes, I'd like to just point out that some years ago, the Reston Soccer Group Association proposed to take one of the, or both of the fields that are over by
Lake
Lake
Newport.
Lake Newport, and convert them into artificial turf using crumb rubber. And that was opposed by, yeah, they did.
I would only disagree
I'm
because
sorry,
I
we're
was
just gonna-
part of Reston Soccer Association at the time.
Understood, but we're just going to let him finish
Okay.
his statement,
But-
and then you can rebut.
And the Environmental Advisory Committee opposed that and any other alternatives that they proposed for artificial turf for a number of reasons, including the increased risk of injury to the players, the cost of replacement of the artificial turf. It wears out and it has to be replaced, and that's not a cheap replacement. And there were other aspects to it as well. They wanted to take over the operation of those fields away from Reston Association, and other aspects. And ultimately, the board, although it was being proposed at that time by the CEO and also by the Reston Soccer Association, it was
voted down.
It was not approved by the board. And I think that the circumstances under which that was the case are similar here, that it would be better not to have an artificial turf. And I know that it is the county's position to have artificial turf on its fields, but I think that's a mistaken position.
Okay. Dr. Perry, you wanted to rebut that, and then I think we're going to move to the vote.
There were a number of misstatements there. So I was the administrator, the administrative assistant for Reston Soccer at that time. What we were proposing was to make those fields artificial turf. That is correct. However, we were very open to alternatives. At that time, the Great Falls soccer field number 7 was brand new, and it had the alternative to crumb rubber. And so we were very willing to look into that and the coconut husk. And as far as, I don't have specific numbers, but I will tell you my child has played on both artificial turf and natural turf and has broken things on both. So just, I do appreciate, I will tell you from a Reston Soccer position at that time, the neighbors around those fields were very loud, that they enjoyed letting their dogs run on the fields. And it was generally shut down due to that. And that's okay, that's fine. That's great that the neighbors had their voice heard, and that's wonderful. But I think there were some, I think we need to be very clear that Reston Soccer was not trying to take over the fields. They wanted to sponsor the fields. They wanted to maintain the fields. They did request first use of the fields. and they were willing to use alternative to crumb rubber.
All right, I think we've had enough debate. All in favor of keeping the athletic field language, not keeping the red line, keeping the athletic field language in the document?
The language about no artificial turf.
Say again?
So putting the language that's currently crossed out back in.
Yeah, exactly, keeping it there. All right, all in favor? 1, 2, 3. 3 in favor, against? 1, 2, 3.
Aye.
4 against, and abstaining. 1 abstention. So the motion does not carry.
I believe, Mr. President, I believe Mr. Flashman wants to speak to the LEED Platinum certification. He knows more about it than I do.
If we decided to keep it, then what's?
No offense, but I am not shocked.
May I?
Please. He knows his stuff.
There are 3 classifications, silver, gold, and platinum. They're originally in the draft, it was listed as to putting it in as silver. And silver was crossed out subsequently, I'm not sure by whom, and platinum was being used instead. And here it is proposed that lead be eliminated, and there is no substitute for it. So it means that there would be no certification if you were to cross that out as it is proposed. And that to me makes no sense. There is every good reason to have platinum. It would be the highest standard, and if you want really to have something that is of value, I think you want the highest standard for Reston. Why would you not want the highest standard? And ultimately, as we move forward in time, platinum may be overcome by something even better. But at this time, platinum is what is the highest standard, and we should be aiming for that. There's no reason to take it out. And I don't know what Izzy had as a reason to remove that.
Dr. Lanza?
Did you make a motion to restore?
So there are.
I would move to have it restored.
Second.
Okay, Director Lanza, there is a motion and seconded, and now we are at debate. So, Director Lanza, your turn.
I'd like to speak against the motion. There are 4 levels of LEED. It goes LEED certified, then silver, then gold, then platinum. The intent was to leave it at LEED certified. Bringing it all the way up to LEED platinum drastically inflates the cost to build and therefore the rent that would be associated with those dwelling units. I think that's contrary to the theme of Reston of wanting to bring more affordable housing. It also is against the county's initiative to bring more affordable housing to Reston. I don't think there's value in just wanting LEED platinum. I believe there are only 3 facilities in the county that are LEED platinum. It's just generally an unachievable goal.
Dr. Perry.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that removes the word platinum but leaves in LEED certified.
Second.
So, I'm sorry, removes platinum and keeps it certified?
Keeps LEED certified, removes platinum.
It doesn't suggest, if I may, it doesn't suggest any of the levels. It simply says it should be LEED certified.
Correct.
And the level would be chosen sometime later.
Correct.
LEED certified is
a level.
Yeah, LEED certified is a level. It's the
Is-
basic.
It's the basic level.
Right.
Mr. Lanza, may I ask Mr. Lanza a question? Mr. Lanza, or staff, because you guys are smart too, is there language that would allow the level to be established at a later time, but that certification is requested?
I think in their proffers, they're proffering gold.
Right.
Yeah, so just saying LEED certified would actually be
Acceptable.
a step down than what
Okay.
is being promised currently.
So,
Just a moment.
Yep.
So what would your recommendation for this language be?
The Land Use Committee suggested platinum.
I understand what they suggested. I'm asking for your suggestion.
My suggestion, I don't know the ins and outs of LEED personally.
Okay.
That's a whole certification that I do not
So,
have.
so you're saying that they had
But-
proffered gold.
They proffered gold.
Mr. Lanza, if they had proffered gold, would the recommendation be to have it read LEED Gold Certified?
Can we finish
Or
the
more?
substitute motion beforehand?
She might
before we
be
move
asking
on? Or are you
I'm trying to
you're
get
trying
the
to
correct,
refine the-
right.
Okay.
Because I'm not asking for less than what they've proffered, but I'm not demanding more.
Understood, thank you. Just trying to get.
So would it be acceptable for the language to read, the applicant should proffer that the development is LEED Gold certified or higher?
If that's what the current proffer is, I don't see an issue with that from my perspective. That just seems very high.
Is there any objection to me changing the language to LEED Gold or higher? I know you have an objection,
I would
Erwin.
support that.
You would support that, okay.
So there's your substitute.
LEED Gold certified or higher.
Yes. So I would agree to accept the substitute.
All right, so we are not going to continue debating on the
That's
substitute
unanimous
motion.
consent that I can change that language?
Yeah.
I see no objection.
And we can then have unanimous consent to restore the language as drafted by Director Perry, and then we can move on.
So do we have, is there objection to changing that language? Changing the language to gold or higher. No objection, okay.
Okay.
That's nice.
So the last one that I have, Mr. President, actually is kind of split. It's at the bottom of the first page on item number 5. It goes on to the top of the second page. And again, I'm going to move that the original language be restored, and I need a second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Speaking to the motion, thank you, Director Juszczyk. Okay, so this is county property. And the county keeps talking about, hey, we need more ADUs and WDUs. And 12% is the minimum. I think it's appropriate for us to encourage the county to do more than the minimum. It's their land. It's also Nova's land, but it's the two of them together. And I would hope that we would encourage the county to do more than the minimum. That's all that sentence says. Do more than the minimum. So I would ask you all to vote to restore the language as originally drafted.
Any other comments? Director Perry?
While I do respect Director Farrell's intent, and I don't disagree, the county should do more. But I do feel that the language prior to the removed language meets the require of requesting them to do more. So I don't know that the additional sentence is necessary.
Mr.
It
President.
specifically says the applicant should commit to providing more than the minimum 12% ADU/WDUs. So
If I can address the
Yes, thank
question. So the applicant's a Nova,
okay.
okay? This comment is directed at the county, which is a co-owner of the property. Well, that's not exactly right. They own some of the property and Nova owns the other property. So the applicant is saying they're going to do the minimum, and we're saying, hey, county, you got part of this, do more. So that sentence is directed not at the applicant, but at the county.
Director McCarr?
Yeah, Director Lanza, would you care to jump in there and tell us about your rationale for removing the line?
I thought Izzy.
Izzy did this.
I understand that Izzy and Director Lanza worked on this together.
Oh.
That's my understanding.
Oh, I didn't know
they went back and forth. If I'm mistaken on that, please correct me.
Yeah, so county minimum is 8% for rental and 12% for sale. I didn't work with Izzy on this one particularly, just the other ones. So I wouldn't want to speak for her.
Thank you.
I mean,
Go
ahead.
We had a presentation at the Land Use Committee about a recommendation that the county staff were about to make on affordable housing. And I believe they were increasing it to 15. Do you remember, Natalie?
I'm not sure I recall this presentation.
I believe you're thinking of the Crescent Apartments.
Yeah.
Was it specifically for Crescent?
Mhm,
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Okay, because I also know Commissioner Carter believes the minimum is 15, and I think it's not in the actual, but that is what he advocates for all land use applications that come through Hunter Mill. And so I want to make sure that we're also, so because Reston Association, part of our original founding principles, but also the ones that we adopted for the comprehensive plan, supported this notion, it makes sense to me that we should support Commissioner Carter because it also is something that we believe in. So I lean more towards leaving the sentence in.
Okay.
If I may, I'm sorry, so you're saying that even though it says additionally, the applicant should commit to providing more than the minimum, that's because the applicant being Inova in this case. And you're saying that Planning Commissioner Carter prefers to use a 15% delta. So rather than the language here, I would almost rather say we would encourage, Mr. Carter's 15% delta to be the minimum.
Mr. President, I'm happy to have that amendment. Sorry. Mr. President, I'm happy to have that amendment once we dispose of the second sentence. My motion was to restore the second sentence. So I'm happy to have you make that motion after we address our admonition to the county to do more.
Okay. Further conversation? Seeing none, all in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in favor? Against? And abstaining? 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Director Lanza?
Abstain.
3 abstentions.
And Mr. President, I'm happy to make the motion to change 12% to 15% in the prior sentence, if that meets with Director Perry's intention.
I would encourage staff to look at it because the way this sentence is written, it reads that the minimum is 12%, which is why my preference would have been that the sentence that you guys just restored be where we ask them to look at the delta. I'm just saying that's how this reads.
Your microphone's.
Well, then I don't need to make the motion.
Okay.
Okay, good. Anything else on this topic? Director Lewis, Mr.
So
Lewis.
just procedurally, we've been asked to make a number of edits. We have those notes. Are we bringing this back one more time, or are we making edits and we're sending this where it needs to go?
I'd like to think we're going to trust you to make the edits.
I appreciate that.
Let's see if anyone else has any thoughts.
Very
Nope,
good.
we're good.
Thank you.
Then we have to make then we have to.
We have the motion pending,
Right.
which was to approve this letter. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to change that motion to say that we approve the letter as amended this evening.
Any objections?
Second.
No need, it's a unanimous consent, so we're good to go. Thank you.
Like
Thank
to
you, Mr.
make sure
President.
you're covered.
And I appreciate that. All right, so we are moving on to the Razer report. Look, is Sarika on still, or? Okay.
Yes.
I see her.
She needs to unmute herself, I think.
There she is.
Hi, I was
Good
just
evening.
waiting to be allowed to unmute. Good evening. How are you all?
Doing well, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
We're discussing the Razer report.
This is the Razer report card for 2025. I can just go briefly through the presentation rather than go through the presentation as a whole. It's just to speed up the time for you, if that's easier.
If you want to give us the high points and let us then ask subsequent questions, because I'm sure we've reviewed it, that would be great.
Yes.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Great. This is the Razer 2025 recommendations and report card. And it's the companion document to the Reston State of the Environment report itself. The report serves as a tool for us to be able to track and assess progress on 91 recommendations that have been developed since the commencement of Razer in 2017. And we do this by essentially providing indicators for red, yellow, green indicators for each of the recommendations that we've developed for the current year of 2025 and also the preceding year so that we can see and track progress over that past year. Out of the 91 recommendations that we currently have in the report card, 53 of them were deemed as progressing reasonably. 18 of them had no substantial progress, and 17 of them had limited progress being made. So that's the yellow standard for that one. This is probably the first year that we haven't actually added any new recommendations to the report card. And that's just because we go through an assessment process within the EAC itself to judge whether we need to add anything, whether there are any gaps that need to be filled. And this year we felt that there was nothing that we needed to address specifically at that point. We completed one recommendation this year, and that shouldn't be reflective of the overall progress of the other recommendations on the report card, mainly because the nature of them is that they continue over from year to year and span across multiple years. There are about 6 recommendations on the report card that may require the board's input, and that's ranging from policies and procedural matters to providing guidance documents, as well as demonstrating environmental leadership and supporting engagement with other entities so that we can collectively address the environmental issues in Reston as well. And our focus this year then going forward is essentially to try see how we can expedite or make progress on some of those red and yellow status recommendations where we've made limited or no substantial progress. And so our ask essentially at this point is for the board to accept the Razer report card and to support and adopt the sustainability plan, which will essentially help us facilitate a lot of the progress that we hope to make in this coming year on the other recommendations as well. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Mr. President, I'm going to move to accept the Razer report. That's not to cut off anybody from having any other questions. It's just to move the evening along.
Motion has been made and seconded. I'm going to open it up to conversation, however, because if anyone has any questions for Sarika, we can ask them now.
If I may, I'd like to
Please.
make an observation about the correctness of the motion. This is a report card, not the report itself.
Mhm.
And so I was asked that the motion be modified to accept the 2025 Razer report card and recommendations as presented.
Objection? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. All right, I don't hear any conversation either, so the motion is made, seconded, all in favor? Director Lanza? Okay, let's go with 7 in favor, against?
Sorry, I'm in favor.
Okay. It's unanimous. It passes. Sir, thank you, and the EAC for all your hard work. We appreciate it. And Director Flashman, thank you for your contributions as well. So, awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Have a good evening. Pete, we are talking about deer.
Yes, oh dear. This topic has been, and I promise I'll let Ben talk because I know you guys are sick of hearing me already tonight, but this topic has been discussed multiple times over the last, I would say, year here. When Mr. Reynolds was still here, and now Ben and I are talking about it ad nauseum. We've had the conversation with the EAC. The memo that we wrote and the motion that we're suggesting is to let us go forth and conquer from a data collection perspective. What we hear is that there is a deer problem. The question I keep coming back with is, how do we know that there's a deer problem? There's plenty of resources available. Ben has suggested multiple great efforts for us to collect this data. So I think this is about staff being able to answer any questions the board might have, but I think we need to do our due diligence, come back to the board with a recommendation after we have data that we can defend.
Any objection? Ben, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, nothing to
Okay.
add, just here to answer questions.
Do we have any questions for them?
One question.
Director Farrell?
I was just going to make the motion to endorse the staff plan related to data collection, deer management, and access to staff. I'm sorry, thank you. I'm going to move to endorse the staff plan related to data collection and deer management and access to staff return to the board to provide a status update in the third quarter of 2026.
Second. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
I have a
Oh, I'm sorry.
question.
I'm sorry, I
Discussion.
jumped to a discussion first. Thank you. Director Duchek.
I have a problem with the second part of the motion because it's just a status update. I'd like the board to do a little bit more in the sense of great, we're going to collect data. What are we trying to accomplish? What is the second part of that motion really trying to accomplish? Are we literally just trying to learn what data is collected? What are we trying to do? So I'd like to see the second part of the motion say something more, like staff return to us with recommendations. I don't know if, third quarter is good enough time for recommendations or a status update is.
If I might.
I'd like to, and from my personal perspective, I would love staff to return with recommendations on advocacy points that we can make with the county.
Yeah, absolutely. I think third quarter is probably too soon for us to have any kind of management recommendations. We're going to be working closely with the EAC on recommendations for next steps in terms of advocacy, if any further studies are needed beyond the Browse survey that's currently recommended.
Then I would recommend we change the second part of the motion to a quarter in which staff would not only have the data, but also have some type of plan that we can take action on and to come back to us at that point.
Would you like to make that a substitute motion that we accept it through unanimous consent?
Can someone help me with the language?
Okay.
And can staff help me with a quarter timing?
May I
Director
just,
Perry?
is there any chance I can ask my question before
And
you
you're-
make your substitute motion? Would that be okay?
Please.
I noticed in the timeline that we were provided, there's almost a year between now and some kind of result. And I know, let me just state, I don't mind the deer. They don't bother me. They eat in my yard. You're welcome to send your deer to my yard. I don't care if they eat there. But I do know that for many of our members, it is a significant issue. I assume it's because they eat their gardens. I don't know. I have ivy. The deers love it. They're welcome. However, I would like to, I understand Director Jushuk's path that she's trying to reach. My concern is that now till a year from now, we're basically telling members, well, we're collecting data, have a nice day, we'll get back to you at some point. And I would rather see along that timeline some education of suggestions. I saw, for example, in your report tonight, there were some just suggestions of, kind of what works, what doesn't work, what might help, what might not help. And I'd like to see included in that some assistance to our members while they wait for us to come up with a succinct plan.
We can, so kind of along the lines of the original motion, we can come back in the third quarter with more, with a status update, and not necessarily recommendations in terms of a management plan, but with a status update and potentially some recommendations, if not letting you all know what kind of education we've already undertaken with the membership. The Environmental Advisory Committee is forming a deer management project team and also a communications project team. They're really interested in engaging with the membership on this issue with your advice through that process. And so I think that in the third quarter, we could definitely come back with essentially an outreach plan and maybe even have come to you prior to that for some consent on what kind of information we bring out to the public.
Dr. Fleshman?
Yeah, I think that the motion as presently proposed is appropriate for the simple reason that we need to demonstrate that there is indeed a problem and where that problem exists and the extent of the problem. And that information in detail will provide a basis for further action. But until we know the answers to those questions, we're in no position to make a commitment to come back in December, for instance, and say, oh, here's a full plan. We don't know.
Because we don't know that it's a problem.
We can't make projections without knowing.
Understood.
Can I attempt a substitute motion?
Please.
Okay. So I move to endorse the staff plan related to the data collection and deer management to include a deer education campaign over the summer and ask staff to return to the board to provide a status update in Q3 2026 and recommended action plan in Q4 2026?
Sure.
Q1, okay, Q4.
I would second that.
Well, Mr. President, I think we might ask whether or not there's unanimous consent to the substitute.
Just a second, I just want to make sure that I've got a handle on the substitute.
So my substitute does the data collection, or speaking to the motion, it keeps the data collection, it adds an education campaign to members over the summer. It keeps the status update in Q3 on the data collection and adds an action plan coming back to the board in Q4.
So report in Q3 and action plan in Q4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I think I saw yeses from staff on that timeline.
Okay. Do we have any objection to that substitute motion?
I'd like to know whether staff is in agreement.
They did. If we, in the course of our data collection, come to find that data is insufficient to create a recommendation, we will let you all know.
Yep. That's great.
The brow survey you might have seen is going to be undertaken with an undergraduate intern this spring, and so I'm sure many of you all have worked with undergraduate interns. We'll see how it goes. We're really excited, though.
I'm sure they're wonderful. Okay, so objections? I see none. All right, substitute motion is accepted. And now we have to vote on that motion. So, motion's made. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Director Lanza?
Abstain.
Okay, so that is 7 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. All right. Sustainability plan, Mr. Lusk. We have been waiting for a long time.
Yes, we
have. It's a
have.
long-awaited sustainability.
I was saying to Director Johnson that this has a very lessons learned feel to it with the amount of times that we've kicked this down the road. So Mr. Reynolds had gotten this started for us. Ben and I have done some cleanup of the work that Mr. Reynolds started. This video has been in the packet 3 or 4 times. So I'm going to turn it over to Ben if there's any questions from the board here.
Any questions about the sustainability plan from Mr. Reynolds?
If I might quickly, if you all did not get a chance to, if you all had reviewed Mr. Reynolds's video in the past, but maybe did not review the video that was included in this packet, they are different. There were some changes made for consistency and clarity. And so I just wanted to bring attention to that before you all discuss.
All right, thank you.
Could you give us a summary outline of the differences? Were they significant?
They were not significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Perry? And then Director Foster.
I apologize if I missed this. I recognize that it's possible I somehow passed over this. When we are looking to switch our equipment out for more environmental friendly equipment, we are doing that at that equipment's end line, not arbitrarily. Is that correct?
So this plan does not set forth any kind of explicit policy in terms of when we retire equipment or when we switch over equipment. It just starts the process of studying the equipment that we do have and provides us a framework for how we go about assessing equipment. So that would still be when we are making budgetary decisions, the purview of the board to make that decision about the end of life of equipment and when we purchase new equipment.
Okay. And then my second question of that is, we are still following whatever guidelines we currently have on end of timeline of equipment. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Okay, because I don't want to, although I do want to move forward in this, I do not want to be spending money prior to it needing to be spent. Let's use what we have until it's time.
Absolutely.
But I know that I may be in the minority there.
If I may, the Central Services facility is working with some of this equipment now and testing it to determine its appropriateness for adoption.
Okay.
And so there'll be a report according to the sustainability plan as to the effectiveness of the equipment and how it works and all of those kinds of details. So that won't occur before you get the report. And therefore I move to accept the sustainability plan as presented.
Is that a
Okay.
motion?
It is a
Second.
motion. Seconded?
Okay.
Motion made and seconded. Comments? Director Driscoll.
I just want to be clear that, and I appreciate that staff put the words accepted. When I believe we defined what accepted was, accepted means that we appreciate the report and the time and effort, but it doesn't mean that it ties the board to the reports. And so I think to Director Perry's comments, those are decisions that we can make when budget comes around or when facilities get renewed or when a project comes about that needs some type of funding. This is kind of, a motion like this is kind of like our acknowledgement that the work is a complete product.
All right. Okay. I see no further discussion. All in favor? Looks unanimous. I'm hesitant for Director Lanza.
In favor.
All right, so it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Ben.
Really appreciate it.
Apologies for making y'all wait so long for that. Actually, I'm also going to ask unanimous consent of the board to move the Lake Audubon naming to this next section because Mr. Rhodes is on tap for that one as well. So rather than walk all the way back, we keep him here.
To switch
Just
M&M?
to-
Yes.
I have no objection.
Okay, seeing no objection, I'm going to turn it to Mr. Lusk and then we go from there.
Sure. Two items on Lake Audubon renaming so we can keep our momentum here. The first is at the last meeting, the board asked Anthony to weigh in on had the process been fulfilled that was envisioned when this was originally brought up. I believe Anthony weighed in and we added in this memo that the process has not been completed, which means we are to continue with the process. It was also brought to my attention, and this was just a staff, I think, wording issue. We wrote in our memorandum that we would like to continue with the facilities renaming procedure that we discussed at the last meeting before we engage the community again. However, at the last board meeting, the board unanimously voted for us to begin an education campaign on the website. To us, those were not the same things. When we thought engage, we meant hold more meetings, go out and talk to the community. Kara is actively working on educational materials for the website. We've pulled the old materials. So that's just a wording issue from a staff perspective. We aren't going around any previous board motion. So where we are from a status perspective is the process is to continue based on Tony's weigh-in. We will start to put some educational materials on the website, and then we'll work towards an educational campaign or an engagement campaign down the road.
Okay.
So I don't think we need a motion. Do you feel like you need a motion?
I don't, but I wanted to clear up the issue that was brought to my attention.
Okay, Director Farrell has something to say?
I just want to be clear here. I'm more than happy to have information put up on the website. Thank you. Thank you, Director Perry. I'm more than happy to have material put up on the website, but we started and moved a while ago to begin an engagement with the community, not to come out with a solution, but to have a dialogue. And at the last meeting, I thought we agreed that we wanted to continue with the dialogue as part of an education for the community. So I'm at a loss here. Are we saying we're not going to have an engagement with the community?
Sorry, maybe I'm just not being clear. That's probably my fault. We are going to get information on the website. We've committed to doing that. We're going to come back either next month or in April with the renaming process. Once the board says the renaming process is good to go, we'll start the process with the community.
Okay, that's not my understanding of what the board said. Yes, we want to have a process, and we want to do the education piece at the same time, not wait for one, because God knows sometimes coming up with process here takes a long, long time. This has been delayed for 3 years? Was that when we?
It's before, yeah, it's before my.
Yeah. And so it's time, we had a motion to engage the community. We need to engage the community and not wait for a process to be adopted to restart that engagement.
Pete, if you don't mind, I think we can argue, an argument can be made that, starting the process of not starting the process, but starting to put materials on the website to get people more educated about this prior to organizing meetings and things along those lines is engaging with the community. It's the beginning of engagement. I don't think we're at a loss here. Director Dresser.
I think what Director Farrell is saying is we all want a process for how we do renaming. But Lake Audubon came, right, that request came before, and we had a community meeting and it got canceled. So I think what Director Farrell is saying is we don't need to adopt a process for how we do renaming before we continue along the path we were already on for the Lake Audubon renaming, which was we had a mishap at a community meeting and we need to have that community meeting. And there was a request to do some education on the website. So I would just want to make sure that we're not delaying the Lake Audubon piece or some process that is going to rename future.
Sure.
And maybe what happens is we do the community meeting that we've been kind of waiting to do. In the meantime, we adopt a process and then we take the Lake Audubon through steps 3 through 5 of that process because we already did steps 1 and 2. So I thought that that's where we landed last time as well.
And I'm not trying to be difficult. I just trying to talk
no.
through where I thought we were. That's all.
Director Perry.
I think I've made it clear I'm not against the community engagement or anything like that. I personally don't think this is what we should be spending money on at the moment, but I did think that there was discussion from staff that we could continue moving forward, but that a meeting wouldn't be scheduled till spring anyway. So I don't think your timeline is off. I think the wording's just off. Because I believe at that time we all agreed, oh yeah, spring made sense because then it brings people out anyway. So if you are continuing working on a processes anyway, I would suggest continue working on that with the anticipation that there will be some meeting in the spring.
We're all tracking.
Okay.
We are all.
That was my understanding from the last meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for the translation. We appreciate it. Do you have something else?
No, I appreciate Director Perry's clarification and Mr. Lust's clarification. I think the one thing that I would just add to this, and we can move on from there, is we're behind the society on this one. There are lots of local organizations, including the local, what used to be the Audubon, that have dropped the name for all of the reasons that I think we should. So we've lost time, we're behind the curve. I'd like to get us back to where we would have been but for the medical emergency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Pete, I think that was, we got the information we needed?
We're good.
Good.
Thank you.
Kara, thank you very much for coming up to the podium. It's time to swap out with Ed. Sir, we've got the budget after action, which we have also put off for some time. So thank you very much for bearing with us.
A couple slides in the packet that talk to last year's budget process. I'll kind of quickly go over those and see if you have any comments or questions or other feedback that I didn't capture. And I have one slide sort of teeing up this year's budget process that we'll be starting to go through before long. So, you know, in last year's budget, we pretty much followed the calendar that we laid out as expected. I mean, the only thing that we kind of didn't hit was we didn't get feedback on the draft one budget in late September as we were hoping to get. That ended up being a little delayed. There were some meetings that some board members had after that late September meeting, and we got our feedback in the October 9th meeting where that agenda item got added to discuss the budget then, and it did cause a little bit of a delay in the draft 2 budget being released. But, you know, it didn't throw us off too much, and we still got the budget approved, no problem, in November. But, you know, hopefully we can improve upon that this year. Last year, we tried to deliver the draft 1 budget early on 22 August, and that still didn't help as far as getting feedback by late September. And I'll tell you, getting the budget out 22 August was a little bit challenging because we really didn't have July actuals as we worked that, because we kind of get the July actuals mid-August, and delivering a budget on the 22nd of August meant that we pretty much had it locked in by the time the July actuals were done, and the department directors have to give me their inputs a couple weeks before that, so they're kind of giving me their inputs before they have the July actuals. So in a couple slides, I kind of have an early draft proposed calendar for this year, and I'm pushing that out a little bit later as my proposed suggestion because it would allow us to take a better look at the July actuals before we start getting into the first draft. And then, you know, I had a slide that talked about some of the successes and challenges, and, you know, you can let me know if you agree or disagree or have any other feedback, but successes, you know, we did quickly approve the budget in the November meeting as scheduled. We utilized the condition assessments, which Director Molinex talked about earlier. I think that was quite successful and developed a 10-year CIP for the first time. I think that was really good. We did have the new capital funding strategy. We're working more on it this year, but we, you know, did a lot of good work last year. Had a flat contribution model with a ramp-up period and offsets to make it more affordable. We had the fee pyramid, which we kind of started the year before and used again, and, you know, had some feedback from the prior year. We'll try and improve that process going forward. The member budget suggestions, I mean, maybe it wasn't a perfect process last year, but in my opinion, it was far better than the prior year where it was particularly painful. That was my first budget year in the red, yellow, green, and that was kind of quite painful in 2024. And, you know, I think that worked a little bit better in 2025. We tried to bucket things and give recommendations, and I think it helped get through the process a little easier last year. And we created a 5-year budget forecast for the first time. The board requested that, and I created that. I thought that was good. So those were some successes, some challenges. I already mentioned, didn't get the feedback in late September, and that caused a little delay on the draft 2 budget. The joint board fiscal budget meetings, Some of those weren't as efficient, as effective as we would have liked, and I know the fiscal committee felt that way as well. They had to sit through a number of non-budget related topics, and the meetings were so packed with other agenda items that we really didn't talk about the budget very long. So I think the fiscal committee didn't feel that, they had the opportunity to weigh in as much. And the suggestion is really, I think we need to have a separate, joint board fiscal meeting that's kind of budget only. At least ideally, that would be my recommendation. And despite, we did have some good progress on capital, as I mentioned, but we have more work to do, including the new resolution 3 and 9. And I kind of mentioned already, we are working to get better data on the fee pyramid. I mean, some of the data was pretty solid, particularly on the revenue side, but in some areas we weren't great as far as being able to break out the costs and talk about how profitable or unprofitable particular items were. So we're working hard to make sure we have better data this time. So those were some successes and challenges and how last year's budget went. But before I move to this year's budget process, any comments or feedback or questions?
Director Fair? Director Mullins? Actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to take Director Mullins as the treasurer. I think he should.
Oh, I wanted you to.
Please.
Okay. Well, first, I think I just want to reflect on this presentation and the feedback to the board from a lessons learned perspective. I think it's really important that we pause, look back at what worked, what didn't work, challenges, and really take staff's input here to heart. Because it helps us do our jobs better. I think we get to ask better questions from staff and get better results as a result of that. So thank you. The question that I had, the board fiscal committee meeting, for example, can we make it a note that when the president and the CEO are discussing the agenda for that meeting, that we very, very carefully plan that meeting, because that would be a major benefit for us to focus. Let's see. That's actually, at this point, that's all my comments.
Director Fair?
So I think Director Juszczyk has been through more budget cycles than I have, but I've been through enough. And I'm informed, my perspective is informed by watching the county. The county has a budget of $5.7 billion. Ours is a mere 23 million. The county administrator presents his budget at the end of February. The board adopts the budget at the first meeting in May. That's how many weeks? You guys can do the numbers. There's 8, 10, 13 weeks. I do not believe it's necessary for us to go through 3 drafts of a $23 million budget. I think we can get this done on 1 draft, comment, come back, vote. I don't think we need a process that starts in March and eats up our time, 6 months of our life as a board. We're not going to make major program changes because the survey is very clear. They don't want major program changes. And so our budget basically is going to be, adding an inflation factor and maybe tweak a couple of other tweaks. That doesn't require 6 months of work, 3 drafts in 4 finance committee meetings. I mean, work fills the time allotted, right? That's an old aphorism. So I think we can compress this schedule and compress the number of drafts. I don't think we need 3 drafts. And so I would hope that we could see a schedule for the coming year that has a draft, get fiscal's input, come back and get board input, informed by fiscal. And then have the board vote on, okay, make this change, make that change, and then adopt it. And with any luck, we can start this process in, July, so that you've got second quarter information, and have it done in September or October instead of my first year here, or my year as president, we were making decisions in December, which was terrible. So I just think we're making more work out of this than it needs to be. And I think we can have a compressed schedule and get this thing over with. And I see Mr. Vroom nodding with me as I make those comments.
I think last year was really important to get the CIP earlier because we were in kind of a flux situation and evaluating. I don't think that we need, I think our CIP at this point is going to be more stable than it has been in the past. So I'm not inclined to ask staff to deliver a CIP in June. You could deliver it from my perspective when you deliver the budget. Obviously, you know, if there's any major things, you could put it in a CEO update report and talk to us about the one project versus the entire list. I thought that the small group meetings that we had last year were really helpful. And so I would be in favor of staff even waiting to deliver the first draft of the budget till September 11th, which is the week after you have it proposed. And then I would love for this board to recommend to the next board that they take that week of the 14th, you know, in between when you get the first draft and the actual board meeting, to have some small group meetings. Maybe they're small groups, just board members, maybe it's a mix of board and staff members. If it needs to be a, you know, on the calendar meeting for, you know, poll purposes, fine, but they should be small groups that are less formal, more talking, bring up what your questions are, bring up what your comments are, discuss with your colleagues, so that we might have an opportunity at that September meeting, because I feel like I've been hearing that from staff the last couple of years, that they would rather get substantive comments in September instead of October. Maybe that is a chance to get more substantive comments in September. Until there is that first discussion among board members, which usually happens at that September meeting, I think that's why we see most of the motions or action items taken in October, because we need an interim step. So, you know, I agree condensing the calendar. I think it needs to be shorter anyway, because it's a 1-year budget we're approving, not a 2-year budget. Hopefully fiscal members will be happy with a more condensed budget cycle as well, because they have a very full schedule this year of other tasks they're taking up.
Any further comment?
So I'm just looking at the draft, and I've heard some very good suggestions. I would recommend that, you know, when we agreed last year to move to one board meeting a month, except for during specific things, times, whatever, I think the lesson learned here is that we should potentially make that joint fiscal and RA board meeting its own meeting. I don't see any issue with that. That would allow us to still continue with the work of the board at the regularly scheduled board meeting. So I would not be against that. I do agree that I think, let's see if we can narrow it down to 2 drafts. I think 1 draft may be pushing it. Let's, you know, baby steps. But I'd love to see us attempt to do that. One of the things that I think I'm seeing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you were looking at that, I can't find, the joint meeting September 17th, the release of the draft September 4th. I would encourage us to look at that public hearing, that first public hearing, maybe in front of that fiscal joint RA board meeting rather than waiting, because we get so much feedback. I'd say let's just knock it out with the hopes that people will attend. Those are the types of things that I'm thinking of. I do think it is important that the board look at all of the member comments, but I did like, the buckets, like, these are all about pools, these are all about courts, I thought that was very helpful, because then we could knock out 6, 7 at a time.
Yeah.
And then I do have a motion this evening. I don't know if people would allow me to do it now versus you want me to wait till new business. It is budget related, but it is not budget evaluation related.
Probably suggest we do it in new business.
That's fine.
Mr. President? May I inquire of council?
Of course.
Are we required to have 2 public hearings? My memory is we only need to have 1.
I mean, my recollection is we need 2 for the biennial budget, but only 1 for the second year budget. We've historically done 2 both, but it's not required except for the biennial.
And the source of, the source of that is a resolution?
Court's indulgence, I'll have to take a look.
But I'm almost sure for this year, we technically only need 1.
All right,
We've just
because
historically done 2.
Because I don't recall having, what shall we say, a overwhelming input during either public hearing.
Most of it comes in through
Most of it is from the board. And so it's more, if we have 1 public hearing, what is it, execution concentrates the mind? No. So if they have 1, we can do that and get it over with. But I thought it was a resolution, and if it is, we can change it. But it goes to, we've got this long, complicated budget process, and we can condense this. And having only 1 public hearing is one way of condensing it.
Because that is one of the reasons we've had 3 historically, is because we have 2 public hearings. You have 1 after draft 1, 1 after draft 2.
I
But if
understand.
we only had 1 public hearing, then you might only need 1 and 2.
And with your indulgence, Mr. President, if we're me writing the schedule, that public hearing for me would be after draft 1. And, okay, fine, y'all have had a chance and we're moving on. And the same thing with fiscal. Y'all have had a chance and we're going to get our work done.
Any further comments?
Council is looking up the answer.
In the meantime, my comment on all this is that I'd like us to have a solo meeting with fiscal. And in that meeting, I'd like it to be in the format of almost a workshop in which we come out with a budget goal for the year. Because I think, one of the things that also tends to trip us up is, like, we often have like this last minute dash to cut a certain amount of money from the budget. And I think if we can start with a goal in the very beginning of the process that we stick to throughout the entire process, hopefully a briefer process, it'll make things a lot more smooth at the end, because we'll have done it with a goal in mind.
Did you mean at the first or the second meeting?
I'd
With
like,
fiscal or both?
I'd like at the first one to really start the work. If we don't come out with something that day, then, shoot it to the second, because, I don't want to, like he's just said, execution concentrates the mind, but I think it also will fluster us, perhaps, if we're forced to do it in that meeting. But I'd like our working sessions with fiscal should be working sessions with the idea of coming up with a goal.
So can I make a motion then to start changing the calendar?
Can I ask
Or-
what staff was looking for tonight?
Well, so you jumped ahead. I had sort of taken a pause after we talked about last year's budget process to see if you had questions or comments or feedback on that. And then I was going to jump to this year's, and you did sort of jump ahead. My understanding was the board didn't want to talk about the calendar till the new board was seated. So I kind of cheated and threw one in here anyways, because I thought it might be a good idea to get an early draft to look at. But, I'm happy to look at it and discuss it now and take any motions on it. I just was under the impression that you didn't want to do that until the new board was seated, but
Yeah,
it's up to you all.
Can I ask one more question?
Please.
Based on the feedback you heard this evening, would you potentially consider tweaking the draft you've provided so that when we see it again, maybe there won't be motions needed because you'll have tweaked it based on our feedback here tonight?
Yes.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, do you feel like you have enough consensus? That's all I was trying to get to, not to adopt the calendar, but to get you some type of consensus to make edits.
All right, great. And the one other
Do
thing I
you
was
feel
going
like
to
you
mention.
have that? That's what do you feel like you have enough information from the board to
think
make the
yes.
edits? Okay.
The other thing I was going to mention about this year's budget process, that we've already been having some discussions in the fiscal committee that they want to work with us staff and provide some recommendations of how we work that joint meeting in May to try and make it more productive, kind of as President Johnson was suggesting, have some real outcomes out of it. So we've kind of had some initial discussions about that with the fiscal committee already, and we'll be doing that over the next couple of months. Try and make sure that's productive.
Okay, good. All right. We are ready to move to the joint DRB discussion conversation. Yeah, you guys, another one that we're just kind of
Mr. President,
making happen.
to answer the board's question, the deed apparently only calls for a hearing. I think the resolution increased it for 2 hearings. I'm not sure why. Before we made any change, we probably need to look at the historical precedent as to why that was done.
Okay.
So can I just follow up? So that would be something, you identify the resolution for us so we can amend it? Which resolution calls for it? Thank you.
That is Assessment and Finance Resolution 1.
Okay. And since we're in the second year, only one's required even that.
Good. All right, we're at the joint DRB meeting discussion. I think we're just trying to determine that we're going to have one, and then the next board can determine when we'll have that one. Is that what the thought? Is that kind of the consensus?
What are our goals? Like, what are we trying?
Are we going to try to flesh those out tonight too?
Unless I guess we could leave it up to the new board if we definitely think it's not going to be. Yeah, I guess we
Can we just
could.
hear from Cam what his
Yeah.
2 cents is first?
That's what I was asking. Yeah, that's why I threw it out there and I said, Cam.
I didn't get it.
Cam.
So we are suggesting that the DRB and the board have a joint meeting. Historically, the resolutions account or contemplate for that joint meeting to include the Covenants Committee. We haven't had one in quite some time. I know that there's been some questions and concerns and misalignments on the DRB's interpretations of certain things as we've gone through the years and as we've gone through the design guidelines in the last year. So we did draft a kind of agenda of topics that we think that would be appropriate for that conversation. Director Johnson and I and the CEO met last September with the chair of the DRB, and we discussed kind of looking at being more aligned together, just 2 groups, being more aligned in the decision-making that is happening with applications that are coming through the DRB. So we are suggesting a meeting. We do have that draft agenda, Director Juszczyk, for you all to kind of look over. We're open to additional suggestions on topics that you all think would be appropriate for the DRB. There were some design guidelines that we have kind of held until we had that joint meeting. You all reviewed, I think, about 7 with feedback to the DRB. That's still in process with the DRB, but I think that the DRB is looking to have that interaction with you all prior to coming back with design guideline changes for you all to consider.
It would be great if we had a meeting with DRB and Covenants. Based on recent events, I have some suggestions that I'd like to bring up to both committees. Director Perry.
So I have been in favor of this for a while now. I think, I think the pendulum swings, right? So the pendulum, maybe RA was a little too tight with their guidelines. Maybe now we're a little too much on the side of, well, what do you think? Or, well, you've already paid for it, so check. And I don't think that's what we should be relying on. So I am a huge proponent of this. My only issue with the suggested motion is I would like to see, this meeting has apparently been talked about since last September. It's been talked about prior to that. I want a date on this. I want no later than maximum Q2.
When?
No later than maximum of Q2. Quarter 2.
April, May, or June.
Right. I do not want it to go beyond that. It must be
Before.
before.
Do you want to make a motion?
I think the question goes to Cam. Do you think, and staff, do we think that we can organize that and host that session by the end of June?
I won't speak for the acting CEO, but I think it's possible. I most certainly think that it's up to the board with whether you're going to call a special board meeting or not. That's the sticky wicket there.
I would suffer through.
Dr. Farrell?
It seems to me, not unlike the fiscal committee meeting, that this needs to be a meeting in which this is the only thing discussed.
Agreed.
Unless, we've got a contract that's going to die. And so I'm just thinking about a new board coming on in April and saying that new board is going to be able to agree to a calendar and have a meeting that's DRB only might be aggressive. And I wouldn't, I get that, hey, let's make this happen. I wouldn't be adverse to it being Q3, simply because the new board needs to get its act together.
I'm with you. Anything else?
Unless Jennifer has something.
I would like to see it be a joint DRB Covenants Committee board meeting, not just DRB.
Yeah.
I love the agenda. I think it's too ambitious. I honestly think that we will get through the future of design and covenant resolutions, and that's as far as we can hope to make.
Sure.
There's a ton of them. There's a lot of discussion that's been had through all three. There's different perspectives. I think that's as far as we can make. I don't want to over plan it, and maybe the rest of it gets pushed and we do it in fourth quarter. I don't know that we can get through all.
Sure. So our suggestion is this does become an annualized meeting that stays on the calendar, similar to the joint fiscal meeting that you all have, because I do think it's that important, and the topics can shift depending on the climate and the circumstances that are coming to the DRB or coming to the board, for example. So pushing some of the topics to a future agenda item could be where we can recap and follow up and make sure that we're checking progress as well.
Okay. So I motion to approve a special joint DRB and RA board meeting inviting the Covenants Committee to attend and participate also, no later than July 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there more discussion?
So we didn't get the what are we going to talk about piece. I'm happy to leave that up to
So generally it's
to
held.
Cam, to board president and the DRB chair to make that determination with the feedback that I gave. But I feel like we need a goal for that meeting.
I would encourage that you take Director Juszczyk's notes, and when you all decide on the agenda, I would not leave those pieces off but I would note that they could be for future discussion, if that makes sense. So that way everyone has a clear goal of where we hope to head regardless. And then if you get through it, cool, but it's not required.
All right. Further conversation or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
We've got 7 against and abstaining. I know what you're doing.
I'm also open to meeting not on a Thursday. They meet different days, and I would be open to getting, calendar for any of the days they typically have meetings too.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, we are moving to executive session. I think before we do that, though, as I was just about to say, I'd like us to take it is 10:10. I'd like us to come back at 10:20, please.
Can we, before we do that,
Mhm.
can it being 10?
Take the motion to extend.
Can we get the motion to extend? I'll move that we extend to 11.
Second.
That's bold. Okay. Second. It's been made and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous of everybody in the room except for Director Lanza.
I'm in favor.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Thank you.
Can we go ahead and make the motion to move into executive session so that we can come back, we can just get going and,
Can we do that early? All right. Let's do it.
okay.
Who's got the motion?
I do, somewhere. Move to convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
This is Acting CEO Peter Lusk, here to present the CEO update for the February 26, 2026 meeting of the Board of Directors. The first item I'd like to discuss for this update is a few new items that have been added to the CEO update. 2 specific items have been added on our new internal website that include a land use tracker and an agenda backlog or parking lot for items that have yet to be discussed by the board. These items are available for your review and will not necessarily be addressed by staff in the CEO update, but we will be available for questions at each board meeting. We're excited to announce that we will once again be named a Tree City USA for 2026. The celebration will take place on Tuesday, March 31st, and will celebrate 150 trees being planted by RA in 2025 and over 800 trees being cared for, inspected, or removed in 2025. We look forward to seeing you at the celebration. One update that we're very excited about in 2026 is our new process for renewing or activating your recreation pass. Prior to 2026, the process was cumbersome for renewing your recreation pass, and that changed for 2026. Included in the assessment letter was an opportunity for everyone to renew or activate their pass. This has resulted in over 4,000 passes being renewed or activated in 2026. We look forward to seeing the membership use their pass and seeing you at the pools and courts this summer. Our seasonal job fair is upcoming. This is an opportunity for anyone within the association or outside of the association to learn about being a lifeguard, a camp counselor, or taking part in other activities throughout the summer. The event will take place on Saturday, February 28th between 10 and 12 in the Reston Association Conference Center. Please use the QR code on this slide to learn more about the event. We're very excited to announce that the new Trails GIS map is live on the RA webpage. This has been a year-plus effort between staff and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee to get the map up and running. The map includes GIS locations of all of our trails within the association, along with additional information related to land ownership and other items. We encourage everyone within the association to use the map on the website. We've also been working with applications such as All Trails to update the map to applications that are often found on your phone. We'd like to thank the Board of Directors for the funding to get this work completed. We'd also like to thank members of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for working with staff throughout the project. Many of you may be aware that staff have been working to change our broker of record for our association insurance. This work has been completed and staff are now working with a new insurance broker, Gallagher. A timeline is indicated on this slide as to the work that will be completed over the next few months. Staff are looking forward to having a new partner to work with on the insurance front and think this is a great move for the association. Next, we'd like to touch on one of the upcoming projects within the association that is a major improvement project. This is the Lake Newport Tennis Court project. Last year in the spring, staff hosted a community engagement effort at the courts to learn about the community's wants and needs for the Lake Newport tennis courts. The Lake Newport courts are our premier courts within the association, so it was great to see great turnout at the courts and to hear feedback related to improvements. Since that time, staff have been collecting feedback and have engaged with our on-call engineering consultant for preliminary design related to the courts. We are currently working on this design and plan to come back to the community in spring 2026 with a final design. Some of the themes of the feedback heard as part of this conversation was a desire to improve the playability of the courts, improved lighting, a desire to keep all 6 tennis courts, improved seating and bench options, and improved access from the parking lot. Staff believe that within our current budget and current scope of work, we will be able to address all of these items. This project is working its way through the recreation facilities investment process adopted by the Board of Directors in 2025. This is a 4-step process that allows the board and the community to be involved through every stage of the project in order to achieve completion and approval by the Board of Directors. We are currently in the engage process, which means we will come back to the community for a separate discussion before we come back to the board with presentation of contract to evaluate the feasibility of the project. This project was funded over 2 years in 2026 and 2027. Staff are currently using the $300,000 that was approved in 2026 for design of the project, and then we'll use the remainder of those funds for demolition of the courts at the end of the calendar year. The remainder of the funding is in the capital improvement program to be approved for 2027. The schedule for the project remains on track, with a community meeting being held in the spring of 26, the Board of Directors reviewing the scope and the cost of the project in the fall of 26, and work commencing in the fourth quarter or winter of 26. Next, we'd like to discuss a topic that has been discussed by staff and the Board of Directors over the last few years, called the Facilities Master Plan. In 2024, as part of multiple discussions related to future or potential facilities improvement projects, staff recommended a facilities master planning process to provide a roadmap related to future potential facility improvements. Before we talk about the future of our facilities, I think it's very important to discuss the steps that have been taken by staff and the board to improve our processes around facilities improvements. The completion of the 2023 community survey provided us with data from the membership to speak specifically about the improvements or maintenance items that the membership would like to see. The association has completed facility condition assessments that have provided us with data related to the condition of our assets. Staff and the board work collaboratively to approve the recreation facility investment process, which provides a roadmap for approval of projects for the board of directors. We are also now working from a 10-year capital improvement plan, which provides us with a roadmap for investment for the future. With these items now being completed, we can take a full look or review of our current facility inventory and make decisions about potentially adding new assets in the future. So what are the next steps in the process? Unfortunately, this effort was paused in 2025 due to staffing turnover and other priorities within the organization. In early 2025 and then again in 2026, staff created an outline of a master planning document that was provided to the on-call consultant that will help us through this effort. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee has been engaged on multiple occasions on this topic and has been very helpful in providing this overview to be provided to our consultant. The reason for providing this overview to the consultant is to minimize the amount of time that the consultant may work on the project and to provide them with direction from staff to avoid any potential road bumps in the future. The goals for this document include regional and national recreation facility trends, incorporating feedback from the community survey, looking at our 10-year CIP and condition assessments, using that information to make recommendations for potential new facility renovations or investments in the future. This project has been funded over 2 years in the amount of $40,000. So when will everyone get to see the results of the facilities master plan? We are currently in the planning phase and will work through spring and summer 2026 to finalize the first draft of the plan. We will then engage again with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and with the Board of Directors to review the draft before going back to the consultant in the fall to finalize the plan. Staff are planning to present this plan to the Board of Directors for final approval in late 2026, early 2027. It is election season here at Reston Association. In 2026, we will begin using a new election vendor, and the following slides will provide an overview of the new vendor and how you can access the website for voting. Our new election vendor is called eBallot. We believe this is important for sharing for those who are looking to the website for voting so that everyone knows where to look when it is time to vote this spring. Their role in the election is to serve as the official counting agent for the election, to manage ballot collection and verification and tabulation, to ensure accuracy, and clarify election results. So where can you find the link to vote? The link to vote will be on 2 separate places on the website, including on the home page and also under the Governance tab, Board of Directors Election. There will be a live button that says Vote Here and should be very clear to all who wish to participate. During the elections process for help and support, we're providing the information to contact eBallot directly. Here you will find the email and phone number to contact eBallot. Thank you for watching and listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me at plusk@reston.org. I look forward to seeing everyone soon.
Hello, I'm Sarika Sridhar, Chair of the RA Environmental Advisory Committee, the EAC, and I'm presenting the Reston Association State of the Environment Report, otherwise known as Razer, companion document, the 2025 Razer Recommendations and Report Card. The Razer Report is produced by the EAC and is published every 2 years. Its companion document, the Recommendations and Report Card, is issued every year as an Excel spreadsheet and contains recommendations for protecting or improving conditions relating to the 23 environmental attributes assessed in the 2024 Razer report. The 2025 Recommendations and Report Card tracks and assesses 91 individual recommendations proposed over the past 8 years since the first issue of the Razer report in 2017. This slide is an example of the contents in the Recommendations and Report Card. The spreadsheet details each recommendation, the year the recommendation was first put forward, and if implemented, the group responsible for conducting the work, either RA staff, volunteers, the RA board, or a combination of the three. If a recommendation requires state or county engagement, then RA staff take the lead on the task. The status of each recommendation is indicated using green, yellow, and red colors for the current year 2025 and the preceding year, in this case 2024, to show the kind of change or progress that was made over the past year. Completed tasks are indicated with a blue star in the 2025 status column, which is not shown in this example. And in some cases, if a recommendation from the past is rescinded, then it's indicated with an X in the status column to show that the recommendation is no longer in effect. No new recommendations were made for 2025. Of the 91 previous recommendations, 53 recommendations were progressing reasonably well. 17 recommendations had limited progress, while 18 recommendations had no substantial progress made in the past year. Only one recommendation was completed in 2025, which is reasonable considering that most recommendations are ongoing and continue over several years. Progress improved on 10 recommendations since 2024 and declined on 5 recommendations in that time. 2 recommendations were rescinded in 2025. There are several recommendations that may require the RA board's involvement. This includes demonstrating environmental leadership on renewable energy sources such as solar energy at RA facilities and properties, promoting energy conservation through education, outreach, and policy development, and to consider climate change when developing policies, new projects, or purchasing new equipment. In addition, the board's input may also be required to develop and implement environmentally sound lighting guidance, develop policy that is compatible with Fairfax County's natural landscaping, a county facilities policy plan amendment, and engaging with the county to increase services such as purple bins and food scrap collection points in Reston for improved waste management. Our focus for 2026 is to identify recommendations where little or no progress was made in the past year, and to prepare a plan for each to shift the status and accelerate progress on these tasks. This includes increasing advocacy and outreach on many recommendations through an EAC communications plan, and to continue to work with RA staff to fill in the gaps and develop any new recommendations as we draft the upcoming 2026 Razer report. Our ask here today is for the board to approve this Razer recommendations and report card and to support the development and adoption of the RA Sustainability Plan, which will help facilitate progress on many of the recommendations contained in Razer. Thank you for your time and for listening to this presentation.
Good evening, Board of Directors. Ben Rhodes here, Acting Environmental Director. Looking forward to chatting with you about deer in Reston. This is meant to be an informational presentation, but also looking for your feedback on where we want to go when it comes to deer management in Reston in the next few years. So just a bit of background on the moment that we're in here. This is a picture a member sent to us recently regarding the deer. We've been getting an increasing number of questions from the membership regarding deer management. You know, what's Reston going to do about the deer? The deer are eating my garden. The deer are eating the tree seedlings behind my house, etc. And so we want to start putting together some answers and getting some better information than just our feedback we've been getting from members. Staff have been observing deer impacts sort of anecdotally over the last couple of years. Habitat restoration sites and plantings have been impacted by deer, as well as our landscape plantings. Think about our sign beds that we have. I spoke with our landscape supervisor, and she noted that over 100 trees and shrubs in 2025 had been destroyed by deer herbivory. Another concern right now has to do with human-wildlife conflict, traffic collisions, and also disease. There's a hemorrhagic disease going around in deer in our region at the moment that's impacting them and is obviously transmitted more frequently with larger and denser herds, as well as chronic wasting disease, which is spreading throughout the region, not so prevalent in Fairfax County yet, but is certainly occurring in our neighboring municipalities. So a little bit of history when it comes to Reston Association and white-tailed deer. Reston Association has, at various points in its history, managed sort of this question of deer in different ways. To better understand the size and scale of the deer herd, at one point Reston did a point-in-time population study, essentially driving around the community with spotlights at night and counting the deer herd and using those counts to extrapolate a total herd number. Additionally, we've invested in fences. This has been a relatively good investment where we have done it, such as at our garden plots. Those 12 plus foot high fences have protected new plantings from deer since their installation. And we've attempted repellents in our landscape beds. We have one that we like at the moment, but it's not necessarily sustainable. You have to apply it after every rainstorm. So we just can't get out to all our beds to treat for deer. And then finally, and most notably in Reston's history, there was the permission to allow residents to hunt on their own lots if they're given permission by the association. In the last 10 or so years, it's my understanding that we haven't really seen any of these requests come in since about 2015. And just a little informal ranking on how effective these have been. Our point in time studies really didn't produce sustainable data for us, and the way that they were undertaken meant that we didn't get great information out of those that can carry forward into the present moment. Fences work great. They keep deer out, but obviously are not a community-wide approach. Repellents similarly work okay, but are not going to be a community-wide approach. And then individual lot hunting permissions just have really declined dramatically. We don't have a lot of lots that fit the criteria for this, and have really had no requests come in. And so that's, may be useful for a few individuals, but is not a community-wide solution. So just wanted to share some regional efforts to give some context into deer management. Obviously, Fairfax County most notably undertakes a volunteer archery program for deer management on Park Authority property and has some sharpshooting activities that it undertakes as well. It's been doing this for 28 years, and it's a relatively well-studied program that has great data backing. They undertake browse studies to understand deer impact. I'll talk a little bit more about browse studies in a moment. And they also have been undertaking aerial drone studies to count how many deer are in the community. Arlington County began a sharpshooting program just this year after extensive population and deer browse studies and extensive community outreach and surveying. And then I also wanted to include City of Fairfax in here, just because of its unique approach in the past. It was the first in Virginia to attempt surgical sterilization of deer. It did this for a couple of years. It looks like they have ceased that program. I'm not quite exactly sure why they did that, but I'm in touch with those folks at the City of Fairfax and seeing if anybody has any answers to where that program went. And then looking to our HOA neighbors, I have a few examples of larger homeowners associations here as examples of deer management. I just want to reiterate here that this is not necessarily a pitch for a deer hunt or anything like that. I just wanted to provide some context for what our other neighbors are doing when it comes to deer management. Willisford Conservancy currently undertakes a managed hunt program with volunteers, as does Lake Linganore up around Frederick, Maryland. Both of those groups are obviously very distinct from the Reston Association. They have large tracts of natural area that they're able to sort of close off at certain times to allow for hunting and deer stands and the like. And then we have Columbia Association in here. Columbia is currently studying community sentiment as it regards deer and deer management, even trying to figure out from its community what the cost of deer herbivory on their property has been. They have had a different scale of community feedback when it comes to deer that prompted this kind of study. Lots of members coming to their board meetings and to their staff asking about deer and their impacts. They've also started undertaking a sort of living with deer promotional approach, helping folks better understand how they can protect their properties and their gardens and such from the impacts of deer. And then zooming out to the whole state here, this is from the 2025 State of the Herd report from the Department of Wildlife Resources in Virginia. And you can see here that essentially the management objective for many of the counties around us is to reduce deer to a less abundant state. Including for here in Fairfax County. So a lot of this work has been envisioned through the EAC's Environmental Advisory Committee's Deer Management Project Team. It's a small group of EAC members that reports out to the larger committee. And I just wanted to provide some framework for next steps for how staff might work closely with the Deer Management Project team. Those members have excellent experience and interest in game conservation practices and environmental communication. So we're looking to work collaboratively with them on the outreach regarding deer, sort of like I was mentioning with Columbia Association, really start promoting more living with deer content. There's lots of good promotional materials in our region on deer resistant plants, for instance, that we can leverage. And the environmental and communication staff would work closely with them on planning and executing some of that outreach. Additionally, staff would like to consult closely with EAC on survey techniques, data analysis, and report generation when it comes to studying deer in Reston. Like I mentioned, those EAC members just have a wealth of knowledge, and staff look forward to collaborating with them on really refining survey techniques and getting out into the field and really studying our natural areas and the potential impact deer are having on them. And obviously, this is all really well aligned with the EAC's work plan item number 7, which I have here on the right. So some next steps broadly when it comes to establishing baselines, because that's really what we're looking to do here for our deer population and their impacts. So this spring, Reston Association will be bringing on a student volunteer from the Smithsonian Mason School of Conservation out in Front Royal. It's a partnership between Smithsonian Institution and Mason, George Mason University. I happen to be a graduate of the program and look forward to working closely with this volunteer over 5 weeks to collect a lot of the data that we're interested in. And we're going to be continuing to plan with the EAC on some of these community outreach ideas that we look forward to bringing to the board in the next few months, along with this idea of a community awareness or impact survey. Getting into the summer, we'll have hopefully collected our data for deer browse, and we'll start to bring that together into an initial report coming into the fall, as well as starting to look at some population survey techniques, trying to better understand not just the kind of carrying capacity that we have here in Reston for deer, but that total population as well, to better refine management recommendations. So getting into the fall, we'll hopefully start bringing forward some initial reports, if not to the board, to the EAC, so that by winter we can really have a good kind of year-end initial report, final report on deer management, initial thoughts, thoughts on what the carrying capacity for Reston might be if we have been able to undertake a population survey in 2026, some of the results from that, or our management or monitoring plan for the population for 2027 if we're able to get some additional funding for that. And because our most proximate step in all of this is undertaking a deer browse survey, I wanted to get into a little bit of depth with you on that, just so that we're all on the same page about what we're talking about. Studying, this is the same methodology that Fairfax County Park Authority uses. We've been in collaboration with their biologist to better understand how we can aid in data sharing and interpretation across borders here in Reston. We're looking to have about 150 4-foot wide plots throughout our natural areas that would follow 12 transects. Those plots would be spaced about 50 meters apart on those transects, so essentially, or lines. So essentially, our technician, our volunteer intern from Smithsonian can go into the woods, hit a plot, and then walk in a line. In every 50 meters, she'll be studying a plot, and she'll be looking at, in particular, 12 species of interest that are either prone to deer herbivory, are indicators of forest regeneration, or are just in general species of interest to us, like oak and hickory trees, holly trees, greenbrier, those sorts of species that really make our forests what they are. In addition to the data generated on deer browse, we'll also be able to kind of look at forest regeneration through this study, invasive plant cover along these transects, and our tree canopy composition and coverage throughout these natural areas that we'll be studying. And on the right here, you can just kind of see what this student intern will be kind of looking for. These are the classic indicators of hedging by deer. So you see these really kind of mangled, short sprouts out in the woods. You really understand how deer are browse is affecting our woodlands. So I'd like to thank you all very much for listening, and I hope that we can have a good conversation. And if you all have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Good evening, Board of Directors. Ben Rhodes, Acting Environmental Director here to talk to you today about our draft sustainability plan for the next 5 years, 2026 to 2031. So I want to talk about the purpose of this plan a little bit. This is a renewal of our vows, really. Boiled down, this is bringing together all of our strategic plan thinking, all of the reports and assessments that have done by our environmental advisory committee and by staff, and really pulling all of that together into a single document so that we can plan and start tracking progress into the future. This is a bit of a reorientation, so bringing all of these environmental projects and thinking into a multi-departmental program and stakeholder-driven program. You know, we've been wanting to pull the whole organization together under this umbrella, and we've really been able to do that well with the creation of this plan. We also want to realign with triple bottom line principles. Those are on the left. This is really the foundation for most sustainability plans, and has really helped a lot of sustainability plans remain organizationally sustainable, moving forward in a way that has real progress. We also want to really orient this planning process with goals of climate mitigation, so reducing the causes of climate change and climate adaptation, making sure that Reston Association is resilient in the face of changes that we know will come. As I mentioned before, this is really a framework for tracking, making sure that we're making progress on these goals and, you know, essentially these visions that we've had for a number of years, really starting to work towards them. All good plans have to have a vision and mission statement. Those are right here: a vibrant, diverse community where all can live, work, play, and get involved, thriving environmentally, socially, and economically. And our mission of this plan to reduce climate impacts, adapt equitably, and embed sustainability into operations and community education. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is really a renewal of vows. This is going to be my busiest slide, I promise, but I really wanted to show all of the different ways that Reston Association has committed in the past to being an environmentally friendly organization, whether it's our most recent strategic plan, it's our Reston Association State of the Environment report and its associated report cards, it's our inclusion as a biophilic city, one of only a couple of dozen in the entire world. And our assessments and reports that the EAC have done in 2021 and 2022 regarding energy use and climate change. So the creation of this plan really tried to align with what's its intended implementation is. So it was stakeholder driven. The Environmental Advisory Committee workshopped this plan over a number of meetings with Mike Reynolds. The Reston Association staff held a workshop guided by our intern with VCU, so that we have really great input from all of our different departments into this plan. And then Mike Reynolds was on the Fairfax County Green Business Partners program, and so we were able to incorporate some of the Fairfax County climate change and greening principles into this as well. In terms of data analysis, we're hoping that this is a data-driven plan, looking at our utility consumption and waste generation, doing a survey of best practices for HOAs and even municipalities, because you know that's our scale in some instances, just to look for best practices that align with the scale of our community. And then we surveyed our own planning documents, as I mentioned before. So getting into the plan itself, the format, you'll see 7 overarching goals. These are large kind of framing goals for 3 to 5 key strategies per goal. And then each goal includes a sort of initial financial cost benefit considerations. You know, this is really a triple bottom line led project. And so we want to understand the financial bottom line, as well as the social and environmental bottom lines. And We have some initial KPIs to consider for sustainability plan progress and a few first steps that we can start taking in 2026. These are low barrier to entry, large impact steps that we can be taking to really start moving forward with the implementation of this plan. Here are our 7 goals right here: energy, infrastructure, water, waste, healthy ecosystems, community engagement, climate adaptation. These are all things that we recognize from our other conversations throughout, this past year and other years when it comes to sustainably running our association. Starting off, we have goal number 1, energy efficiency and carbon reduction. So to achieve that goal of being energy efficient and reducing our carbon emissions, we have a few strategies here. Retrofitting facilities for energy savings where feasible, install solar panels and EV charging stations where feasible, create an actual transition plan for tools to electric, and conducting greenhouse gas inventory and tracking reductions. I have a few cost-benefit considerations on the right. In particular, want to highlight the acknowledgement that these will involve some upfront investments, but also that there are some grant programs that we've identified, such as the county's Conservation Assistance Program, that can help cost share some of particularly energy efficient retrofit projects. And also you'll notice that these are typically higher level strategies for which an implementation plan will need to be undertaken by staff, like studying our facilities for where energy savings are possible with retrofits, studying our facilities for solar accessibility or where EV charging stations could go in, looking at our tools and seeing which could feasibly be transitioned to electric. These are all our goals to study these things and to start moving forward on this planning process. And you'll see that again and again throughout these goals and the strategies. So for our second goal of infrastructure and facilities, we're looking to really up the level of our sustainability of our facilities. So considering third-party verifications or standards for new construction, renovations, and operations, things like LEED or well building, the Better Building Challenge with Department of Energy, prioritizing upgrades to existing facilities to improve function, environmental impacts, and savings. And so this could look like energy efficiency savings explicitly mentioned in the last strategy, but also could look like stormwater upgrades to facilities to improve their interfacing with the natural environment. And then also considering long-term cost benefit of investments in sustainable materials or systems during capital project development. So going over to our cost benefit considerations, obviously there might be some initial investments in facilities, but looking at inspections and long-term savings for our facilities and capital funding, and also obviously looking at grant funding where possible, as I mentioned before. For our third goal, obviously, with my background, I'm very interested in water stewardship, particularly stormwater, but clean water is obviously very important to Reston Association, both in a stormwater capacity as well as in a sort of drinking water and utility savings capacity as well. And so looking at implementing water conservation infrastructure at an organizational level, so rain barrels and rain gardens, but also smart irrigation and low flow fixtures, managing our lakes and streams for climate sensitive impacts. So we know that our weather in Fairfax County is just going to keep getting wetter, wilder, and weirder, as the county office likes to say, and those sorts of things really impact the amount of nutrient load coming into our lakes and streams, our capacity for our dams, and our rates of sedimentation. So keeping an eye on those and starting to manage them explicitly for those different variables. And then looking at our pools are obviously a large use of water for us at Reston Association. As they're being replaced, evaluate for more energy efficient options. Some of our familiar cost benefit considerations over on the right, want to highlight the idea of risk management and public health for improvements of the lakes as we think about more people being outside on hot summer days, but also our dams as being uh, a source of risk in a changing environment, wanting to make sure that that is well studied and planned for. And obviously, again, looking at potential grant programs to support these strategies. Goal number 4 here, waste reduction and circular practices. So with this goal, we're really looking to learn more about the state of waste that the Reston Association produces, that our community produces on our trail system, and operationally we produce. So strategies here, evaluating progress towards a zero waste future and creating a zero waste target date and action plan. We really don't have great data on where all of our waste is going, what the fate of that trash and recycling and compost that we have is. So really first evaluating our progress towards that. Where are we if we were to have a spectrum of 100% waste to 0% waste? Where are we right now, and then using that understanding, creating a target date for a zero waste action plan. And then next strategy, expanding our composting and recycling stations and community gardens gleaning programs. So essentially taking action on different strategies to reduce and divert waste from landfills and reduce food waste as well in our community gardens. And then the last one here is sourcing sustainable and low waste materials for RA operations and events. This is something that could be as simple as looking towards lower weight plastic bottles if we want to continue using plastic bottles, trying to find the most low waste option for those, or finding alternatives to plastic bottles. These are the sorts of things that we want to be studying just a little bit more operationally. And then goal 5 here, healthy ecosystems and open space management. Our strategies here, study our tree canopy coverage to ensure maintenance. So, say we are at X%, do we want to maintain X%, or do we want to go X plus 1% a year increase in canopy coverage? We are a very well-treed community, and so we want to stay that way as best we can and do everything we can on our property to maintain our tree canopy. Strategy number 2, consider carbon sequestration in natural areas management. So we want to be thinking about how we manage our natural areas to get the most bang for our buck, so to speak, when it comes to keeping carbon on the landscape sequestered in tree trunks, but also in the downed and dead woody debris that's on our forest floor, in our streams and lakes. And so this is something we want to do a little bit more studying over the next few years and incorporate into future natural area management plans. Number 3 here, implementing forest health inventory and invasive species control. This is something that's pretty well underway already with our existing management of our natural areas, but we really want to continue to have this be a thriving program and a really well delineated program. And then strategy number 4 here, promote sustainable home landscaping and improve access to community garden plots. We are obviously in an age where folks are very interested in native planting, but also in affordability and food. And so how might we help folks really connect with the landscape either in their homes or neighborhoods or in our community garden plots to provide food or habitat for our native neighbors. And so some cost benefit considerations here that I want to highlight. If we don't have a sense of our carbon sequestration rate on the landscape, we don't really have a sense of our entire net carbon emissions. So I think it would be great for us to start moving towards a management plan that helps us better understand our landscape carbon sequestration so that we can really take credit for that as we start planning for a lower carbon association. And then also just recognizing that if we want to be really focusing on invasive plant species, that does require long-term funding. So far, the association has been very dedicated to eradicating invasive species where possible, and we want to continue this program in order to improve our natural forest regeneration and ensure that we have healthy forests and thriving habitats and ecosystems here in Reston natural areas. Goal 6 here, community engagement and education. Obviously, as an association with around 100 employees, we can only do so much in our operations for the community. We also want to make sure we empower our 21,000 plus member households to be stewards of our environment as well. And so that's where we're going to get a lot of bang for our buck in terms of sustainability. Some of our strategies here, focusing on community programming and outreach through the Walker Nature Center, trying to reframe some of our programming over there towards sustainability. Looking to host cross-department community events for different sustainability focus areas. So past iterations of this plan had this conceptualized perhaps as one large annual event. We're thinking now about how we might have a more long-term sustainable approach of regular focused events such as our past Drainage 101 event and Smart Salting events, where we're really partnering between our Covenants team that understands our cluster sub-associations very well and our environmental team, as well as communications, Parks and Rec. How might we really leverage more of our teams to get these messages across in a focused way. And then finally, number 3 here, create recognition programs for members adopting sustainable practices and promoting local cost saving programs. Fairfax County has a number of programs, as does, through the feds and the state that we can really try to help our members connect with so that they can save money, they can save energy, and Reston Association can help be that bridge so that we can really be poised as a sustainable focused community. And then goal number 7 here, climate adaptation and partnerships. Just a few strategies. First, integrating climate risk screening into our capital spending decisions. So looking at the flooding risk, even maybe some wildfire risk in the future as Fairfax County gets more sophisticated with how we understand the risk of wildfire and other potential climactic risks, we want to make sure that we're investing our money soundly in our capital projects. Strategy number 2, collaborate with Fairfax County and regional partners on resilience projects. So far, this has really looked like working closely with Fairfax County on stream restoration projects that help keep our streams resilient in the face of changing climate conditions, but we could also be looking at other sorts of projects potentially to partner with the county on. And then finally, strategy number 3 here, advocating for policies supporting renewable energy and sustainable land use. This board and our membership have been very active in helping to advocate for what we want Reston to look like into the future. And so this goal is and strategy is really continuing to keep Reston as poised as a sustainable community through a little bit of advocacy there, and a few cost benefit considerations as well. So this is our KPI table for the sustainability plan. I wanted to keep this very focused on indicators that are overarching and actionable for this plan. So we have looking at a decrease in utilities consumption, savings in utilities bills following retrofit projects, organizational carbon footprint reduction, waste diverted from landfills, and restored habitat in natural areas. So, these are going to be easily measured metrics that we can track year to year or project to project, and really start better understanding and guiding our decision making. So just some first steps for 2026. I had mentioned earlier that these are meant to be things that we want to jump on, as soon as the board is comfortable, so that we can start moving on this sustainability plan. The first is doing a landscaping tool cost benefit evaluation and report, looking at conversion to electric from gas engines and things like string trimmers, hedge clippers, chainsaws. We already have a lot of electric chainsaws, for instance, deployed. So, getting a real inventory of what our breakdown is right now between electric and gas, and what a conversion to electric might cost and look like, and what the institutional acceptance for that would be within our teams. Also want to look at beginning to track operational waste generation and waste diversion. Like I mentioned earlier, we want to understand how far along we are towards what is considered zero waste, or full diversion from full possible diversion away from a landfill, getting to a point where we're really only throwing away in a landfill things that are truly trash. And then next up, improving habitat restoration operations, maintenance, and tracking. This is something that we're already working on, but really trying to refine and modernize our habitat restoration operations so that we can better report out to the community what the state of our forests are, and make sure that we're maintaining those restoration sites in a sound manner and in a sustainable manner. Next up, promoting community participation in county energy programs. So this is something that I talked about with that last couple of strategies, with really working on community engagement and partnerships with Fairfax County and with our residents, trying to connect our residents with programs that either provide them with free, low cost, or subsidized services, but also help guide them towards a lower energy intensive future like sustained Fairfax. I also have here evaluate CIP investments for alignment with sustainability certifications. So really looking at what is our future on the CIP, and where might we start looking to invest in LEED, better building, well building, et cetera, certifications to help keep us accountable to our goal of having sustainable facilities. And then last here is mapping stakeholders and partners outside of Reston Association. So for a lot of these projects, we understand our stakeholders within staff and within our organization, but looking to the county, to nonprofits, et cetera, and trying to find those stakeholders and partners that we can really work with to leverage these projects, make sure that they are successful, that they're accountable, and that they are, the best bang for our buck. A quick timeline from here going forward to help you all understand how we would roll out this plan and the successive programs. So we'd hope that you all accept the plan at this meeting or hopefully here in the spring of 2026. And then throughout the winter of 2027, staff will be refining higher resolution implementation plans, really getting into the granularity of how we're going to achieve these strategies and move forward on these projects. For projects beginning in 2027, we would want to be working with you all to make sure that those projects are funded in the budget. And so during the budget process in 2026 coming up here soon, we would want to make sure that we have a good idea of where we want to go next year. And then as we move forward, past this year, I would want to report back on our progress towards these strategies to you all in quarterly updates, at least through 2027. Obviously, this is a 5-year plan, and 20 updates of this plan might get a lot for a number of boards. And so past 2027, potentially moving those check-ins to the Environmental Advisory Committee. And then in 2030, just before this plan is set to sunset, start a 5-year report. So look back at the progress we've made and renewal process, start working with the Environmental Advisory Committee and staff again to reevaluate the plan and set goals for the following 5 years. So I'd like to thank you all very much for listening to me talk here, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah.
We're good?
We're good. Okay.
Move to extend the meeting to end at 12 a.m. with the promise that we're going to try and go faster.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded twice. All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Director Santa?
No.
Director Lanza?
No.
6-2. Motion passes. No, 7-2, excuse me.
Move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Titan Pool Services LLC for construction services related to the North Hills, Hunters Woods, and North Shore pools in the not to exceed amount of $204,097.65.
Second.
Made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Anyone?
What's next? What's the next?
The volunteer interviews?
Yeah.
I'll do it. Motion.
Irwin has a motion.
I have a motion.
I have a motion. I move to approve the appointment of Greg McCandless for the volunteer position in the Covenants Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded.
I move to substitute.
Please.
I move to approve Kristen Wiedemeyer for the position of member of the Covenants Committee.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. In favor? Against? 1, 2, 3. Against? And abstaining. 1.
Aye. Abstain.
Motion does not carry. Original motion for Mr. McCandless. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aye.
5 in favor. Against?
Aye.
1, 2, 3 against, and abstaining is 1. Okay? 5, 3, 1.
Thank
Motion
you
carries.
for Director Alonzo as an aye, so that would be 6.
No,
No,
it was a
no, he
nay.
was against.
It was a nay. Oh,
Yes.
yes. My apologies.
Yep.
What's next?
Move to approve, new business.
Yes.
Oh, we're done.
Please.
Okay.
Without objection, I would ask staff to prepare a report on the feasibility, including pros and cons, for moving to quarterly assessment payments for all members.
A second.
Technically, it was without objection.
Oh, did you say unanimous consent?
Well, I said without, yeah.
Oh, that's the same thing.
unanimous
Okay.
consent.
I object.
Yeah, I
There
knew
we
that
go.
was coming.
Motion?
Motion to ask staff to prepare a report on the feasibility, including pros and cons, for moving to quarterly assessment payments for all members.
Second. All in favor?
Discussion?
Discussion.
Oh,
Aye.
discussion.
Hold off, there's discussion.
This, we have already looked at this once, and I'm not interested in having the staff redo it. The burden on the staff of tracking quarterly payments is more than we ought to be asking them to undertake. We have an installment payment program that I personally have taken advantage of, and to reduce the cash flow to this organization so that it only comes in quarterly dribs and drabs is not something I could ever support, especially given the timing and the operation of our major facilities. So
Okay.
I'm not in favor of that proposal.
Further comments or discussion? Director Jeshuk?
We've also discussed this at the fiscal committee as well and heard similar comments that Director Farrell said. I would be more in favor of having the staff do some more education on our installment plan because I think that it acts very similarly, but with less staff outreach. to the concept of quarterly payments. So I'm not voting in favor of the motion.
Director Perry to wrap up.
So I have had members, ask for us to at least consider it. I'm not asking us to implement it. I'm asking staff to provide a report of pros and cons. I will confirm here this evening, would preparing that be an issue or an overburden for you?
No, it really wouldn't be a problem. We kind of looked at it a little bit internally as we were talking about it prior years, so I can definitely do that.
Excellent. And I recognize that I did not include a time frame in my motion, but is this something you could bring back and say May of this year?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Besides members requesting it, and I appreciate the installment plan, this would not negate that in any way. But the reality is for some people, as our assessments continue to rise because costs continue to rise, there are some people who find paying this to be more difficult. And while I appreciate the assessment plan also comes with a fee, right? You pay that fee so that you can break it out over however many months, and it's every month, blah, blah, blah. This would be a quarterly for everyone. Anyone who chose to pay in one lump sum is still more than welcome to. I also recognize that the people who we chase now probably going to be the same people we chase under quarterly payments, and potentially less so, because maybe quarterly payments will allow them to breathe a little and be able to make payments. So perhaps it will actually be less chasing down of people. But again, I would like to hear the report from staff before the board make any decision one way or the other, and to just nix it because we think it's bad is not acceptable in my opinion.
Question for staff. When you're looking at this, it seems to me that you're going to also need to look at how to implement an installment plan with a quarterly payment.
Okay.
So in other words.
You said a question for staff, so what is the question?
No, I wanted to make the question clear. In your review of this, do you anticipate having an installment plan for the quarterly payments?
I would probably not anticipate that. I mean, if you're going to do that, you might as well go to a monthly, I mean, I don't know what you can do, how you could do an installment for quarterly without just going to monthly.
Okay.
But one comment.
One more?
I also object to May. We have something on our agenda next time about going over the agenda parking lot items. This is new. I feel like we need to address our backlog before we get to that. And I'm not saying if it's passed that I think we could get to it in August. I think we could get to it later,
right,
and get through the parking lot.
So my intention, just so you understand, was to at least have the information prior to us having budget discussions in case we could perhaps decide to implement this and therefore make things easier in the next budget cycle. So that was my reasoning for the timing. I defer to staff on what works for
So
them.
would July be okay?
That's fine.
Can we accept because you had May in your motion, so can we?
I did have it in my motion. It was more of a request.
Oh.
Leave it as May.
And then we'll push it back to July. We're fine. We're good at kicking cans.
So one more question.
Yes.
When you're doing your analysis, can you also give us a picture of what cash flow would be like?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Cool.
And kind of the impact to interest income that we would, get a little less of in that situation. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Staffing levels.
All right. And to the vote, all in favor?
Technology fees.
Aye.
3, 4, 5. So we've got 6, I believe, against, 3 against. Okay. All right. So we are done. So all we have to do now is approve the agenda.
Move to approve the draft agenda topics as presented for the regular Board of Directors meeting agenda March 26, 2026, with the addition of
So we've got easements.
easements.
And we've got assessments and finance resolution 4.
Assessments and financial resolution 4.
Second.
I have one more, code of conduct.
Sorry.
It's committee's resolution 4.
Committee's resolution 4.
Thanks, Ed.
Oh, and Director Santa had an addition as well.
I'm sorry, yes, what was that?
Director
Code of
Santa,
conduct.
you'd like to add a
Adding.
code of conduct discussion? Good.
Okay.
Oh, code of conduct discussion.
Director Dreschek?
What kind of? Code of conduct. Oh.
I would like to propose that we move agenda item H.
I'm sorry, I
A.
can't hear what you said.
HA, agenda parking lot, to item G, the quarterly secretary update. I think we also have skipped our annual planning session, which I think is important, one of the most important things we do all year. I would like to have a whiteboarding, a true workshop type of discussion on where are we, what are we behind in, where are we going, and come out with a work product for item G that is a recommendation to the next board on here's what needs to be teed up for you all to do in the next 3 months, 6 months, however far we get, because I feel like we have been running behind. And I think that it makes sense if we're going to already have the secretary's report and an agenda parking lot list, that those items can be pushed together.
So you're combining G and HA?
G and HA. And having, both our secretary and our acting CEO as, spokespeople during that.
That's cool.
That agenda. So without objection, I would like to call it our annual planning session, or whatever we call it in that one resolution.
Okay.
We'll come up with a name.
Objections? See none.
Okay, so then
Oh,
I'd
I'm sorry.
also, you can object and we'll take offense to it.
No, I don't want to tie the hands of the next board.
No, I don't want to either. I just want to come up with a kind of a calendar, a forward-looking calendar that says, hey, board, here you're new to the board. This is probably what is in your mirror going forward. And the future board can take that, adjust it, adopt it, throw it in the trash. I don't care. But it's a gift to me.
It's a roadmap.
Right, it's a roadmap. It's a gift from this board to the next board of what their lives would potentially look like.
I'm not going to object. I do have a question.
I have a question on the code of conduct. Like, what is that, an action item, a discussion? What are we trying to get out of that? And who's presenting? Who's bringing the materials?
Izzy? I mean, I can speak to it. I'd like to reintroduce the draft that I brought before the board before, as not as actual direction, but as, so we're not coming in as with a blank sheet of paper. I'd like us to have a starting point for conversation. I will bring it, I will do the presentation, and we'll go from there.
So are we supposed to are we going to whiteboard your?
Well, we can. I haven't laid it out because Izzy kind of just dropped it on us. So, it gives me a month, though, to put together a presentation that we can have and we can have a conversation about.
Well, I think one of the primary objectives, if you ask me, would be that this body needs to accept and agree that we need to have a code of conduct. That's the starting point. If you don't agree, if you don't have that agreement, then there's no point in having the conversation. That's number one. Number two, the plan is, if we agree that we want to have one, then there's a framework. And I remember this from a year and a half ago, and in addition to the current president bringing it up, I also mentioned it, and it was shouted down and killed and so on. So there is some material that we all have seen. This is nothing new. This is nothing out of, oh, what do we do now? We all know what a code of conduct is. We all have worked for professional organizations. We have a sense of what the do's and the don'ts and the things that go in there. So I don't see it as us sitting here real time, whiteboarding, running a workshop to get ideas about what do we put in it. We already have those things. I think this is getting back to it and establish a plan to go forward to build a code of conduct and put it in place. That's what I see.
Is it being put in as informational and discussion?
I think it should be informational discussion. We're not taking actual action next meeting.
And then I would suggest that this board punt it to April. One, again, I have the objection of we have a backlog, but we haven't, this isn't a new topic. And two, before I got on the board, I participated in our board governance committees for several years. This topic was part of that for several years. This is by far not a 1 meeting, 2 meeting, 5 meeting discussion.
Sure.
And I think it makes more sense that the new renewed board adopt it as one of their priorities if we're not going, if we already are going to admit there's no way we're going to get through it next month.
That's fair. That's fair. So,
Table it till April?
yeah.
We have Izzy with her hand up.
Oh, Director Santa.
Sorry, I can talk now because Jack's asleep. Given that there's bad behavior on this board, we need to kickstart this conversation immediately.
I agree.
So it has to happen. Travis will work. He can workshop it like other things that we've done before. But there's bad behavior on this board, and there's no reason to start a new cycle without just even giving the first draft to the next board. And we all know what bad behavior looks like. So we know what we're adjudicating for. And Jennifer, you've had experience, obviously, as you said, in different settings. So you can bring that to the table and help us shape what a code of conduct looks like.
And in preparation, I'll send you the draft that I've got before, and we can start, and I'll send it to the entire board, and we can start the conversation.
So just given the piece right here, can we call the vote on the initial, Brittany? It included everything except for, do we need to vote on this separately?
We know.
That's, you understand what I'm trying to get
I
at?
think we should just do a vote on the agenda as edited.
Minus.
To make a motion, somebody will
Right.
second it, and it'll be voted.
Okay.
It's just not going to be done without
Right,
objection.
that's what I'm saying.
So who was making the motion?
I have another thing that I want to change on the agenda.
And I have one.
Okay.
We're getting close.
Yeah.
Is everyone getting close to?
Go ahead.
four
Well, let
minutes?
her talk, because maybe
I'm
we can
let
get it
her-
done.
let her talk
I would
and
like
then-
to ask our acting CEO if we need a dogwood pool and splash pad topic. And what we hope
do you
to
mind-
accomplish related to that.
He's, I just cleared with him that he's allowing me to respond to this one. I would prefer that we do. There are significant challenges that are facing the dogwood area with regards to, we've talked about this a few times, I think, arson in some cases, other kinds of vandalism that are above and beyond the kinds of things that are happening in other facilities. Local members are asking us to do, any number of activities and like specific actions. And I think it's important that the board weigh in. It's not the kind of thing that we should just do through staff action. It should be a board decision.
So you're looking for the board to take action on the safety of dogwood pool?
Yes.
It's listed as informational,
So-
that's why
so
she's
it's listed.
asking.
So
Well,
if it's action, then.
There should be action,
then-
Pete.
Yeah. Yep.
So change it to
Then
action
is
discussion.
staff bringing the action list, or you bring that?
Staff
Who's-
is bringing the action.
Okay, and so then I would rename the topic dogwood pool and splash pad safety.
Okay.
Because it feels like we're talking about replacing it, and I don't want members to be thinking.
Oh, Yeah.
we're trying to nix it or.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is a safety issue. Thank you for yes.
Earlier, I thought I heard, I want to make sure I didn't miss here, that there's a desire on the part of staff to bring back assessment and finance resolution number 4 in addition to number 3?
That was, they gave me the wrong thing.
It's committee's resolution number 4. Sorry.
Yeah, I corrected it, but it probably wasn't clear.
I'm sorry, can you, what committee?
Committee's resolution 4.
And you want to bring this to us in the next meeting?
Yes.
So we need to add that to the agenda?
Didn't you already?
I did. That was part of
you
what
already did that.
I corrected it. You heard me say the assessment thing, and then Ed and Peter corrected it, and I corrected it, and I hope that Brittany caught that. But I recognize it probably was not clear.
No, you're fine. I just.
All right, we've
My
got 30.
last one is we deferred Comstock South. And now we took up Samuel Morris Drive before Comstock South. And
I don't see.
it was deferred in December. With a no TBD date. There was no date attached to it.
When does
We
it
need
come
to
up?
extend the meeting. Did we already do that?
30 seconds.
We do. 12.
Motion to extend the meeting till 12:15.
Say 15, but we're getting it done way sooner. I just don't want to do
AM.
5-minute increments. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you count?
It's 4.
I said
Yes.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 4 votes, so it does not carry.
Okay, so,
We are done.
well, you have 30 seconds to approve the motion as amended.
We can't, because the meeting's over, correct?
We got 30 seconds.
30
Oh, thank
seconds.
God. Without objection, using the amendments. Are we good? No objections? Fine, we're done.
We're done. Okay.
I haven't.
I said the.
I object.
Too late.
And you're out of time.
We're out of time. That's what happens when we do these meetings.